Good evening, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I will be starting the class in few minutes. Okay, everyone, let's begin. Today we are back with another exciting lecture, an exciting chapter on learning Microsoft Azure Cloud. So uh, we have been through a lot of we have been through a lot of learning. We have been learning some very important concepts in Azure, kind of the backbone of Azure. So quickly, I'm gonna in let's say in the first 10 minutes, I'm gonna quickly review what we have learned. So on the slide, you can see and before I can begin, if anyone has any questions anytime at all, you can most welcome to unmute your mic and ask a question, or in the chat window, you can type your question as well. So cloud, as we already know, cloud is now in. Cloud is now in as a like a normal network, and cloud is owned by a lot of big organizations. Many of the organizations have already moved into, many of the private companies have already moved, almost let's say maybe 50 or 60% of the companies are already in cloud. And the three major players, And three major players that are in cloud at the moment, Microsoft, AWS, and GCP, and most of the companies are moving towards them. And now so now most of the governments have decided to move into cloud as well. So especially, uh, I finished few contracts in Middle East in the last 2 years, and most of the private sector in Middle East have moved into cloud, but now the governments are moving into cloud. So in Middle East, most of the companies are on Azure as compared to AWS. But in terms of learning, both are almost the same. Both are almost with the same services. It's just the terminology that is different. So um, Majibin asked a question. Welcome, Salam. You mentioned subnet gets created automatically when we create VNet. I've seen that as well when I created a VNet. So if we want to create another VNet inside, we will create it inside the subnet. If no, then what purpose does the uh, default subnet serve? Yes. So it's a good question. So first of all, whenever we create a VNet, so first of all, whenever we create any resource, so most of the resources requires VNet. Storage account doesn't require VNet, and some other resources they don't require VNet. But resources like app service, resources like VM, they need VNets. Okay, hold on. Somebody is asking me the question. Let me just give me 2 minutes here. Okay. So going back to the question is regarding VNet. First of all, whenever we create a VM in Microsoft Azure, VNet will be automatically created. In AWS, whenever we create a resource that requires a VNet, that requires a virtual network, VCP is created. So VNet, once the first switch, so consider that this as a switch. Once the first switch is created, a sub default subnet will be created for this, because without the subnet you cannot assign an IP address. So your question is that what is the purpose of the default subnet when we create a new VNet? Because switch without a subnet can work maybe in the physical world. You can connect a machine to a switch, but in order to work with that computer or work with two computer, you still need IP addresses. So default subnet is just for making it easy for the end user, for us who are working with these servers, these VMs, these resources inside. Otherwise, we can completely not use this default subnet and delete it. So the VNet won't affect the VNet. It's just that we won't be able to communicate within the subnet. So I think so. If you have any question, I think that so this is the answer that I understand from the question. Uh, so guys, on the screen you can see that we have completed cloud computing understanding. We've been through understanding subscriptions and resources. And compute resources. So computer sources, building blocks, VM implementation, VM backup, and yesterday we worked on virtual networks. and storage as well. So this is a quick diagram that we need to remember. So this diagram, I keep on bringing it in every lecture at the start of every new chapter, because these are the services that are the core, these are the core services of Microsoft Azure. So the more and more you can work with these services, the more and more your understanding with these services make you an expert in cloud and understanding the real environment. So from this slide, this is a VM. So first of all, this is for the compute resources. Here whenever we create a with the VM, storage account is created. Within the storage account, we have a OS disk is created. If we require an additional disk, we can create more disks with the VM. We can also install extensions right in the beginning, or we can install extension at any point in time by going into the VM properties, and and then we can have monitoring. So there is a basic monitoring on. VMs, which is just a performance monitoring CPU and memory. But if you need detailed monitoring, we can enable log analytics. We have backup and recovery as well. So all the resources, even in the real environment, in the physical data centers requires backup of the service. So Microsoft provides Azure Backup Server, Azure Backup Service. So this service basically takes the backup of the VM and keep it in the recovery vault. And these are important. These are important things to remember for in terms of the interview, in terms of the real environment as well. That the storage for the VMs is different, and storage for the recovery vault is different. And then we have something called ASR, which is Azure Site Recovery. It serves two purposes. Number one, it can be a DR site. It can be a DR site for the companies, and companies are using it as a DR initiative as well. And also it is used heavily in migrations. It is heavily used in migrations. Now, in terms of the backup, Azure Backup, so there are two types of services in Azure that that are provided for the backup. One is known as Azure Backup Server, and the other one is known as Azure Backup Service. So Azure Backup Server and Azure Backup Service. Here on the slide, this refers to Azure Backup Service. So Azure Backup Service is like a PaaS implementation of this backup, where Microsoft will take backup of the VM and keep it in the recovery vault. Whereas Azure Backup Server is a full-fledged implementation of the backup, like an enterprise level backup within the organization. So enterprise level backup, meaning that it has its own server and it has its own agents that are installed on the VM, and then the backup is taken. So clients can select between any type of backup. So in short, backup VMs can be backed up, app services can be backed up, web apps can be backed up. In terms of high availability, we learned that VM scale sets are available. VM scale sets can automatically scale in or scale out VMs based on the auto scaling rules. And also availability sets are available as well. So availability sets are available. In terms of fault domains and update domains. So we need to remember that we also have containers, and today we will be talking about containers as well. So this container is different from the storage container. Storage containers are just blob storage where you can store information, whereas these containers are like VM backed containers. So serverless computing, so container service, and then we have networking. Yesterday, in the last lecture, we talked about networking. There are things, so I'll be discussing in the other slide. Today's chapter is all about app services and app service plans. We will be talking about this, and serverless computing, logic apps. These are the predefined scripts that are available to help with the app services. Logic apps are workflow applications. Then we have for security. Security Center is available for Active Directory authentication, and then the Key Vault. So this we still have to. There is a chapter where we will be discussing these. In terms of the storage account, so starting with a storage account, it's a disk, number one. It's a disk that has in this disk we can create containers, we can create file shares, we can create queues and tables. So containers, here we can store unstructured data. So mostly large files are stored here. We also have something called archive storage. So here this is for the life cycle management of the data, which means any data that is old and not in use, you can move into the archive storage. That will be cheaper for the companies. But in general, we can create a blob where we can store large files, media files, images, whereas file share is used as a file share for the servers, for the VMs, that can be used as a complete file server that can replace actually the file server as well. The queues are for just to store messages. So queues are just to store messages. So the main purpose of the queues is to store the messages. And then we have tables. It's a NoSQL simple tables. So where you can store structured information like employee records and student records and so on. VMs can be backed up in terms of the storage account. VMs can be backed up, but they're not stored in the storage account. Only the OS disk is stored within the storage account, whereas for the backup, they are stored in the recovery vault. Then we also know that there is a store simple service, which acts as a extra storage for on-prem storage requirements, where we have Azure Site Recovery, again for the DR, Azure Site Recovery for the DR and migration. We have Azure Data Box for moving large amount of data from on-prem to Microsoft. Ajmal is asking a question: how do we mount an NFS storage in Azure? NFS storage in Azure. NFS, I think there is an extension that can be used for NFS, but NFS storage is, in Azure by default, since it is Microsoft, it is all SMB based. It is all Microsoft's own protocol, whereas NFS is, it's a Linux and Unix based storage. So there is a special extension, or in the marketplace, there can be services found that can be used as NFS. I've not used NFS in this, but I've read about this. I've seen it in working on a Linux server. So you just install a Linux server, attach a storage, and convert that to NFS, and then provide it as a share right from the Linux servers. So the next one, last chapter was networking. Networking is also a very, very important chapter that we covered yesterday. So all the networking starts from a user connecting to the network. When a user connects to a network, the user enters your organization through a VNet. So the very first door is a VNet. And this is where we need to protect our network. So as soon as the user enters the VNet, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of networking infrastructure, VNet, we need to know about the VNet. This is a switch, and then we need to know about the subnets. The subnets can be for different type of services. You can have just one subnet with all of the servers, or you can have multiple subnets with different type of servers, depending on your company requirement. But now when you go into these companies working as a Azure admin or cloud admin, you will find, if you look at the diagram, they spend a lot of time in planning and designing before implementing. And it's all so mostly this designing of networking is network architect, they do it, but they will work with us as a cloud, as infrastructure architect or a platform architect. So virtual networks and subnets. So we have subnets here. And then for the protection, we have DDoS protection by default available, basic DDoS protection. We also have Azure firewalls. And then in terms of security, so two services are there. The third service is NSGs, which is Network Security Group. Then we have ASGs, Application Security Groups. In terms of high availability, actually high availability in terms of fault tolerance. For regional failures, we have traffic managers. If this region is not available, then it's the job of traffic manager to divert the traffic to the other region. Then we also have external load balancers that work on the public IP address. It receives all of the information, divides equally among the VMs. And then we have internal load balancers with the private IP address. We also have application gateway that works as a load balancer, but you can say this is more intelligent load balancer, because this can distinguish between ports, this can distinguish between protocols, this can distinguish between the links, the URL links, and based on all that, it can divide the information. It can equally divide the load among different VMs. Then we have, in terms of communication, we have peering. So this is peering between VNet. So peering is mostly, okay, not mostly, all the time, it is between VNet to VNet. Peering is not required in subnet to subnet. So subnet peering is not required. It's only required between two networks. So if you can remember this as a router, so that won't be, that will be a good example. But we cannot say that this is an actual router, because in the background it can be a lot of other services that are working together. So, but in general understanding, it works as a router, because router connects two networks together. So this connects different networks together. You can have a VNet or a different network in the same region. So we need peering in different regions. We need global peering. And then we have site-to-site VPN. So this is on-prem connection. For your physical data center, we can connect site-to-site VPN. We can also connect express route. So this is site-to-site VPN is a cheaper connection, whereas express route is a expensive connection. So most of the large companies, or maybe medium-sized companies that can afford express route, they would go for express route. It's a dedicated link between on-prem to Azure, whereas site-to-site VPN, most of the time in the real environment, medium to large size company, they keep this as primary and this as secondary. So in case if this goes down, and since it is an express route, yes, it's a dedicated link. Yes, there are SLAs attached to this express route, but it can go down. It can go down, and it can be clogged as well. And I can give you an example in our last project. And I was in Qatar, and in that, so we had an express route of 500 MB. 500 MB. So 500 MB is a lot for a company, and they were and on this side there were around, you can say, around 1500 users connecting to Azure of infrastructure of around 400 servers. 400 servers, 400 objects. So this is how we can, in general, we calculate. I mean, there are many other metrics that where we calculate and plan this connection. But I'm just giving you an very high level type of calculation. So 1500 users, 1500 employees connecting to all the services here, and express route was not working properly. So it was not that the express route was clogged. So at that point, it was not configured properly. So then your question is, who configures these express route and peering and all that? This is all a job of network architect, more than a cloud architect. So,
which company did this
why
project
do
in
we need
Qatar?
to know all this? Yes, go ahead. Is there a question? Okay. So why do we need to know all this? Because without the concepts, you won't be able to understand what is the design. Without the concept, you won't be able to help them troubleshoot. And our part is making sure that these VMs and these VMs are working fine. Storage account is connected properly. Ajmal asked a question, how do we mount? Okay, you said, so I just said, oh, I said actually. You said that side to side using share internet, side to side using share internet. What? Uh, okay. Yes, so I can tell you after. So Sharmeen asked a question. Sharmeen, I think if I'm pronouncing this right, which company do you project? Which company you did the project in Qatar? Uh, Yes, so I can share with you that information after the lecture, because I cannot say the company name here. I'm still supporting them at the moment. Uh, so uh, so you're saying, oh, you were in Qatar for 9 years. Okay, so there will be an interesting conversation right after the lecture. So guys here, and Ajmal, can you retype your question? It's a bit confusing for me to answer. Site to site using shared
Yeah.
internet.
Adnan,
Yes.
yesterday you said site to site communication. They are we using a shared internet line, like a 50 Mbps.
Right. Right.
It's shared between different line, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's a same internet line, right? It's a regular.
Uh, so it's more than the normal internet line. I just gave you an example, just like at home, but that site-to-site VPN will be much better than just the home internet. So it is more costlier than the normal residential internet, but please do not quote this in the interviews that it's like the home internet. No, it's not like the home internet line. I just used that as an example. But this site-to-site VPN is still a dedicated line. It is still a dedicated line where, serious workload is connected from on-prem to Azure Data Center. So just say that it's not like express route. Express route is more expensive. It's a dedicated line between the on-prem data center and Azure. There are SLAs attached to all of the hops. Like if there are two ISPs between, there are SLAs attached. But site-to-site VPN is on the shared internet, but still it is a dedicated line with their, and they try to give you what do you call, if I can say, 80% of their 80% of the 80% of the promised internet that they are supposed to provide. So it's more than a residential line. Okay, but it's a good question. Uh, okay. So I was giving you an example.
One more question, Adnan.
Yes.
Let's say we don't have a site to site or express route. So how do we, the company, use the Azure by internet?
Uh, okay, so your question is, let's say we don't have site-to-site VPN option or the express route option, then how do we connect to Azure? So so your question is in regards to maybe two types of scenarios for in terms of end user, who is just connecting to use the services. So end user can use a normal internet. I mean, can connect from home, connect to Azure portal, and then connect to the VMs. But in terms of the company, it is must that they buy one of the two services, because they need a dedicated line between their company and Azure.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Or another option, Nanbe, like if a user wants to connect to the Azure or any service provider, they have to first connect their laptop, desktop, VPN to the corporate network. From corporate network, they can access their cloud service.
Yes. So user can connect to their corporate network. Then from there they connect, but still they will need any one of these two services, even from the corporate network, right? Okay. So I was giving you an example that what type of problems can be from on-prem network. So I was giving you an example in that company. It was, so first of all, it was misconfigured. So there was a misconfiguration on the express route, which led to the slowness of the traffic between on-prem data center and Azure data center. So the pipe was available. The complete bandwidth pipe was available, but the information were moving slow. And the networking team worked with architects with Microsoft, and they spent like maybe 2 or 3 months in fixing this. And so I will give you a reason. I will give you a reason why it took long time to fix the express route. The reason why it took long time to configure the express route, guys, because I want you to understand the scenario that it's some few things that it looks simple from here, but it's not that simple in the real environment. That this is our, let's say this is our Azure, and this is here our data center. From your company, which is, let's say, ABC company is connecting to Azure right here. So what happens is when the express route connects from your company to Azure, it's not that it's just one line. There are many hops in between. So in that project, the company's data center were connected. It's somewhere in US. So according to some legal requirement, they cannot place their data in Europe. Europe was closer to Middle East, and they would have used any European region. But in that case, we were not allowed to keep any data in Europe, but US was fine. So the complete dedicated internet from Azure to that company was something like this: California, from California to within the sea, another connection, and then from the sea to one of the Middle Eastern countries, and then to that company. So there were these major connections. Then in between these connections, there were these ISPs as well. So if I can say, so these are the major hops from Microsoft to an ISP, because basically everything is connected through ISPs. So ISP here, then the ISP within Middle East, then another ISP inside. So 3 ISPs were involved as well. So the troubleshooting took time, trying to find out where is the bottleneck. The bottleneck is from the US side, which is here. So US Microsoft data center, bottleneck is here or here or here. And then it took a huge long time in order to find out where is the bottleneck. It was found out later on, and it was fixed. So there was one issue with the express route. And during this, when there was an issue with express route, the company was connected through site-to-site VPN, and site-to-site VPN was working fine as well as a backup. So the point here is company would go this type of scenario as well. And at one time, express route was completely down in last year. So it was not just a slow, the complete country was cut off from internet. So there was a complete disconnection within the sea. So at this point, there was a complete disconnection for 3 days, 3 or 4 days. And at that point, everything was down. And so no site-to-site VPN, no express route. was available in that case. So yes, these links, dedicated link can go down as well. So for that, there needs to be a backup as well. So yes, so Ajmal is saying that in his company, it took 3 months to configure a direct connect. Yes, for sure, it does. These things required planning. These things requires a lot of people working together, and then they start. Once they start working, they still need people who can understand this technology. So guys, this is from the last lecture what we discussed. So there is a video as well. Please go through, review the video. Today's lecture is all about app services. Today's lecture is all about PaaS services. So we have seen IaaS services. So IaaS refers to infrastructure as a service. Yes, go ahead.
We are not covering that between two different regions if we are have to connect.
It's the same VNet, Shakil. It's the same VNet, and the only difference will be that it's oh oh. Okay, so that would discard my no. Okay, I'll keep it. And
Press escape, yeah.
I wanted to save these whatever I've discussed just for your reference for the notes. So I kept it. So it's right here. Okay. So yes. So you said that we won't be discussing the VNet. So Shakil, it's exactly the same thing as VNet within the same region or different region. So when you go into the portal, you will see that the other region. At the other region and the VNet, all you need to do is just select the global peering instead of peering. Actually, you won't have peering option. In that case, you will have only global peering option. And for your practice, I have this custom lab for all of you. So you will be setting up a hub and spoke design. I will be providing you. So there is I've provided a lot of, step-by-step instructions as well. So once you go through this lab, you will have a very good idea of hub and spoke design. So hub and spoke design is actually part of all of the network. So, and this is kind of an assignment for next week. So you will be working with both peering and global peering in this.
Okay. Thank you, Adnan.
You're most welcome. Okay, so where are we? So guys, today we have interesting cloud services in our hand. Interesting in a sense that if you have not worked with the PaaS services before, today you will be working understanding with the PaaS service. PaaS service is not different from IaaS service. In IaaS, what happens is we directly work with VMs. So here we directly work with VM. You will create a VM, and then you will edit a VM. You will directly install services on a VM, but in PaaS services, we don't see any VMs. So, but you can still work with these services. So this is what this is what app service is. Okay. And in this lecture, we will be going through planning app service, implementing app service, API management, monitoring app service, and backup of app services. So here, app services as a component of Azure and app services. This is the icon for app services. Wherever you see this icon, it means this circle with this type of texture inside. This is app services. So in app services, just like all of the building blocks, this is app services building blocks. So in app services, what happens is these are the components that are used within app services. And this is not, for now it looks a lot of services, but once you understand, once you start drawing this with me on your page, once you start drawing with me on your maybe rough notes, or maybe I don't think that if you can draw that on a Word document, but it will be much, much better if you can draw that on a piece of paper. So guys, here, everything starts from in app services, everything starts from app service. So there are two things around app services. So before I can continue here, let me give you a quick understanding of app services on a whiteboard, and then I will jump back here so that we can have a better understanding. So let's take an example of a website. So let's take an example of a website. I mean, we have all seen a website in action. So website is just that when a user connects to a website, it is a user is provided a web page. So a web page. Website is made up of web pages. So for end user, this is what our interaction is. But for a technical person would have more insights of a website. So a technical person knows that for a website, you must have a server where the website is hosted, number one. That server where the website is hosted is known as a web server. So you need a web server in the real, so I'm talking outside the cloud. So you need, for a website, you need a web server, number one. Number two, a disk on a web server. So you do need a disk on a web server. Why? Because you need to host the website. And number three, you also need a website content. So I would say this is the main website. And what is a website made up of? Website is made up of many different pages. It can be HTML pages, it can be ASP pages, it can be Java pages. So basically, website is made up of many different type of pages. So you need three things in order to make this website available to the real environment. So a web server where it can host the website, and what is on the web server that runs the website is IaaS service. IaaS service on Windows servers and Apache service on Linux servers. So, and then there are some other services as well. So mainly you need a web server and IaaS or Apache service on the web server, then the disk where the website will be hosted. So this is a real world implementation of a website. Now, if you move this website in a cloud, you have two options. You have IaaS option for moving this, so moving this server, moving the same website into cloud, and you have PaaS option. In IaaS option, it will be exactly the same scenario that we create a VM first. So we will get a new VM, which will be any VM like Server 2016, Server 2019, Server 2000s, even Server 2008 a VM, and then we install IaaS service on this. So this is a VM, same replaces a web server, so it will be a web server. If it is a Linux machine, then it will be, it can be any Linux machine that can support Apache, and I think most of the Linux flavors, they all support Apache. So you just need a web server. So the first thing is web server, and second thing, we need a storage. So storage, which means the disk. So for that, in cloud, we create a storage account. And then we have these number of different options. We can attach a second data disk on this web server and have the website on this, or we can have a file share on that is connected to this server, and you can store data on this. So these are the two options available. And number three is the website itself. So website itself, again, with the, so same, you have HTML and then all these different files that make up the website. So this is an IaaS implementation of this. And then the third option is the PaaS implementation. In the PaaS implementation, okay, I'll go with black. In the PaaS implementation, what happens is that we have the same requirement. We need a storage, we do need a website, we do need a VM. So instead, what we do is we buy a app service plan. We buy first app services from Microsoft, and with app services, within app services, what we do, we buy a app service. So then we buy a app service plan. We buy app service plan. Within the plan, we get web app. We get a web app service. So three things, and this will be clear at the mid of this lecture. So first of all, we need, in order to, so what is the, okay, Sayed is asking, is there an issue with the audio? Guys, anyone experience issue with the audio? I'll try to fix it from my side, but I think it should be, it shouldn't be an issue with the audio. Okay. Yes, Sayed, you can maybe try reconnecting or use your, use the local number. So use the local number. Guys, issue with the audio is, it's like an issue with the express route. We need to fix it as soon as possible. Yes, the network issue Shakil is referring to. So guys, so the thing is, the test here is exactly the same test we test, how we test the express route. We test it from all sides. So from my side, if 2 or 3 users are getting exactly the same audio, I mean, a very good audio, it means that there is no problem with on my side, but it could be a problem on your side, which is the other hop of the network. So in order to fix that, so we have already provided you the backup link. The backup link for the audio is dial the local number. If you can dial the local number, make from your phone, the audio will be excellent. And also one more thing that can affect is, since it is an evening time and the internet is in use at home as well, that can be uh, that can be part of the thing. Um, okay, so try reconnecting, Sayed and Shakil. Try reconnecting from your machine. Maybe dial a local number. Use the local number. Take it from the invitation. Take it from the invitation and dial the local number. You will get a better audio. Okay. So guys, we were discussing between the website, the 3 different scenarios where we can host a website. So the third one is a PaaS solution. In the PaaS solution, what we do, instead of making a VM, so we don't work on a VM, what we do, we buy. So instead, we buy app services. We buy app services, and then we buy a plan. Then we get a web app. So and we host our websites. We host our website inside this plan. So this includes also the storage. This includes the storage, and then the second thing is just our website. So website with all our files will be stored in this package. So this package is known as App Service Plan. So in this package, everything will be stored. Now, what is a big difference? What is a big difference? So Shakil is saying, no, I'm getting message about weak Wi-Fi connection. I know it is my end, don't worry. Okay, sorry about that, Shakil. So that is what I'm saying. Even if you have a weak Wi-Fi connection, you can use the audio from your phone. Can you use the audio from your phone? Okay, right. So here, guys, and now comes the main ingredient for this recipe. That what makes it. Okay, yeah. So Shakil is asking what number to dial. It is in the invitation. Hold on, let me quickly get it for you here. And so where are you, in US or Canada? So you can use one of these numbers. I think these are all US numbers. Yes. So okay, thank you, Amin Bhai. Amin Bhai has shared information about where you can use how you can use the local numbers. So guys, here, so going back to the website implementation, website can be implemented on a physical server. Website can be implemented within the cloud in two types, using two types of services. It can be IaaS solution. It can be a PaaS solution. Now, what is the big difference between IaaS solution and PaaS solution? In IaaS and PaaS, the big difference is the use of VM. If you go by IaaS to host a website in Azure, then you are responsible for the VM. You are responsible for operating system. You are responsible for services. You are responsible for storage. Whereas when you buy this complete package from Microsoft, then you are not responsible for any one of them. So that's the big huge difference. We are so once we get this app service plan, you will see that how easy it is to get an app service plan and and then so app services, then app service plan, then web app, then host the website inside this, and that is it. And I think this is the way that all of the websites are used with all of these other companies when we host a website. So how many of you have ever hosted a website, or how many of you have ever experienced working with you know, the provider? So please type that in the chat window if you have ever worked with a website provider like godaddy.com. There is netfirms.com. There are many others that provide. So that is exactly a PaaS services. So Ajmal worked with this, Atif worked with it. So it's that DigiCert, yeah, DigiCert, a lot of companies are there. So that's a PaaS solution where we don't worry about what is the background services, what is the VM, what is the operating system. So we don't need to worry about this. PaaS services is straightforward. We focus on our website. Okay, so this is a quick difference between IaaS and PaaS services. Now with this, let's jump on to all of the things that make up this PaaS services. So here, guys, it all starts from this app service plan. So this is our first stop understanding app services within Azure environment. So within Azure environment, there are two things that we need to remember. Number one is app service plan. The other one is app service environment. So two things which is right here. So right here in, if you can see that this is app service plan, this is app service environment. App service environment is the most sophisticated version of app services plan and comes with a lot of new features more than app service plan. So this was older technology. This is newer technology. The only difference is the name. App service plan is the older technology, whereas app service environment, which is also referred to as ASE, it is also referred to as ASE, that is known as so it's a newer form of app service plan, and it now they call this app service environment. But within the Azure portal, you will find both of the services, app service plan and app service environment. Now once, so in order to our example is, so for this scenario, in order to understand, our example is we want to host a website in Azure using PaaS services. This is our requirement scenario, and based on this, we will run this through all of these Azure services. So within app service, since we need to host a website, the first thing so there are many different features within app service and app service plan. Number one is known as website. Website is a web app. Basically, in web app, what we can do, we can host a website. With a web app, we can host a complete website. This is a place where we can upload a website, and then web jobs are batch jobs that where we can basically that can help work with this website. I mean, you can think of this as scripts that can help the website. Like we know that there are static pages, there are dynamic pages. So web jobs feature is there to help with the web apps. And then we have API apps. API stands for application programming interface. Application programming interface. These are again helpful functions that help the website. So since it is all about the websites, website app service plan is nothing, is not about exchange services. App service, you cannot have email. I mean, you can connect it to the email services, but the main purpose of app service plan, app service environment is to work with websites. So website, when we host a website, we can run automated scripts on that. We can also connect it to other third-party apps. So API, whenever the word API comes, this API app or API management, this means that you want to connect your website to the third-party providers. So API means application programming interfaces that connect to the website. So that feature is available if your website needs it. Then we have mobile backend services. Mobile backend services is especially for the applications that is for smartphones or the mobile phones. So this is that feature. In functions, these are predefined functions that can be used with the website, like JavaScripts or ASP scripts. And once we create the app service plan, we will see all that within the app service plan, that here you will find support for .NET services. Here you will find support for Java services, JS scripts and Python scripts and all different types of scripts. So whatever your website needs. And then, so within the app service plan, there are some additional services as well. Additional services starting with notification hub. Notification hub is used to push notification to mobile devices. So this is to push notification to mobile devices. And then we have mobile engagement. It carry out mobile analytics like user interaction. So this is for user interaction, meaning that how many users are connected to your website, what is the load on your website, and stuff like that. And then we can have Azure Search. We can make our website part of the Azure Search, meaning let's say we buy a ASP plan. So we buy a app service plan. So why are we buying an app service plan? Basically, we are buying app service plan because we need to host some website in our company. In real companies, how many websites do we see? We see many types of website, like we have some internal website. So what is an example of internal website? Example of an internal website is your HR portal, where the employee can go and see his own records. So this is internal website. You have maybe your own company portal for news and views and news feeds, your company website. And then the company also have external websites as well. External websites as their own company website, external web as their own company website, or it can be infrastructure websites as well, like I mean your company is hosting, maybe your company is hosting so if it is a hospital, it's a hospital website. Then they might be connected to their or partner websites. So websites can be of many different types, and this is why we buy a app service plan. So when we buy a app service plan, when we get an app service plan, then we have all these options. So if you are if you bought the app service plan for a mobile app, then we use mobile services. If you bought it for the website, then we buy web services. And then when we buy this, then we get all these additional features for this. So in general, when you are employed as a Azure architect, Azure administrator, in the environment, when you see app service plan, it means that this company is hosting a website, or maybe they're hosting single pages website, multiple pages website, whatever type of website, but they are hosting their websites in it. Now, for the people who are new to this, how much we are responsible for this website, guys? We as Azure administrator or Azure architect, we are only responsible for the infrastructure. We are not responsible for the website, what they do in their website, how do they upload their websites and all. Yes, if there will be a performance gap, we will try to help them to fix those performance gaps, but we are not responsible for their .NET website and their Java scripts or their Python scripts. So in terms of app service plan, app service environment, we have other related services. So we have notification hub. Notification hub is basically used to push out notification to mobile devices. So here I'm going to say push notification to mobile devices. So this is a phone, so you can remember this here, to mobile devices. And then we have mobile engagement, which is basically the statistics, the use of the service, how much is it used, and based on that service you can scale out and scale in the services here. Then we have Azure Search to actually make your website more robust, or maybe the available within complete Azure portal, you can use as Azure Search with your website. And then you can use your media services to basically this is for streaming services, to upload videos in your website and manage videos in that website. So there is that service where you can integrate, where it can integrate with YouTube basically. So you can understand in this manner. It can be directly integrated with YouTube, Instagram, and all these other services. So we have app service plan, we have app service environment, then we have other services, and then we, just like all other infrastructures, we have monitoring on this as well. So in the monitoring, we have application inside. We have app diagnostic. This is free and this is paid. So this is basic monitoring, app service diagnostic, how much the website is being used, what is the different type of services within service plan that are in use. It will give you those simple graphs, whereas application insight, it will give you more monitoring, will provide you more monitoring for detailed monitoring. Then this service is paid. And then we can create alerts on this, that if, let's say, there is a huge load on your app service plan, and but you haven't selected the option for auto scaling. Yes, there is auto scaling option, which is right here, automation and auto scaling option, but you need to enable them. If you haven't enabled them to save cost, then definitely you will get alerts, and this monitoring system will send you alerts that your app service plan is completely at its peak, and you should kind of think of either adding more resources, or maybe scaling out, maybe adding more to the service plan. So this is so this monitoring helps out in that. And then we have API management. API management is to connect to web apps or web services with the outside world, like security, or like security. You need to connect now with with websites. You can connect to the outside world. For that, you have API management. And example for this is, let's say your website needs to connect to SSL services. And SSL, Microsoft Azure also provides the SSL support, and also provide the SSL certificate as well. But if your company is interested in getting it from maybe DigiCert that Ajmal just mentioned, and then any other company like VeriSign, then they can use the API management. And that's just one example. Websites can be attached to other outside companies for backup as well. So they don't want to rely on Azure Backup service. They want to get a special backup from other companies. Then API management is just for connecting to third-party companies with other services. Then we have okay. So this part is the number of services in app service plan, number one. This is the supporting services. So you can say, so this is supporting services, and then we have monitoring, then we have API management. And now, how do you connect to other applications to these applications? So we call this if we consider this as an app, so web app. So what is inside the web app? It's just a website, but it is considered as a web app. So web app, when it needs to connect to other apps within your virtual network, within your IaaS environment. So this is IaaS environment right here. If it needs to connect to another app, then there are two ways to connect this web app to this other app, and that is okay. Shakil is saying it's prayer time. Can we use 5 minutes from here? 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, we can go for a prayer. So I'll just complete this topic. So right here, guys, so web app, when it needs to connect to another app within your, within Azure in other VNet, then there are two ways. Number one, you can directly connect by using app service environment. So app service environment gives you that feature where you can connect your web app to other apps within the virtual network. So that is one. And so since this is a new feature, then the second way is that you can use point to site VPN connection between app service within app service, web app, and the app inside the virtual network. Point to site VPN is different from site to site VPN. This is like you're connecting from one application to another application. So it's a smaller version of site to site VPN. It's a point to site VPN. You directly connect from here to the other app. But what is the main function of these two connections? You're connecting your web app to another app within your own network. And then in case if you need to connect from web app to any other app in your physical data center. So in your physical data center, this is a, let's say this is a huge big app. And what is an example of this huge big app? The example is that in the web app, you have the website component. So here I'll give you an example. Here you only have a website component, and within here you're having your, let's say, part of the database is sitting here. Part of your database is sitting here, and the application that is working behind this app is sitting in your on premises. So this can be, so your database is sitting here and the application that it is connected to. So for this website, there are three components. Number one, website itself. Number two, the database. And number three, the application that is working behind the database. And you might have seen this in many different organizations. All the large companies have all three tiers: web tier, database tier, and the application tier that is in the background. And one of the example, you can say exchange system, the emailing system. The other system is SCCM system, SCOM system, CRM systems. Many CRM systems are huge big. I mean, all of the CRM systems are huge big. So this is an example of that where you need the point to site VPN and then where you need site to site VPN. Now, let's look at this, and we will go for a break in 2 minutes. So guys, a website, when it's a very small website, you don't need to do all this. So that very small website can just stay inside here in the app service plan, and that's it. And then you can utilize the feature of app service plan. You don't need to worry about the VM. You don't need to worry about the OS. It's your website and it's just being utilized, and you can just keep on working on your website, make it better and better for the customer experience. But if the website is huge, then the website needs to connect to your virtual network. Then you need point to site VPN, or if you're using ASE, which is app service environment, then you don't need this service, number one. Number two, if your website needs to connect to on-prem application in the backend, then there are two ways. One way is that the website connects from here using point to site VPN to your virtual network. Then from virtual network, it uses site to site VPN and then connects to on-prem. So this is the way it goes to. But then Microsoft realized, or the companies realized, that this is a huge, this creates a delay in connecting the application to the website. So instead, you can use hybrid connection. Hybrid connection is a direct connection between the web app and the application. So that's what hybrid connection manager is. Hybrid connection is very simple. Hybrid connection, the main use of hybrid connection is to connect your website to the backend application. If they ask you in the interview, that's a very simple explanation. Ajmal is saying this is a IAS website or Apache Tomcat website. We can select anyone. Yes, we can select. Once we are in the app service plan, we can select all types of websites are supported, and all types of scriptings are supported as well. Okay, so now that we know that app service plan is right here, and we have hybrid connection, direct connection between the app and backend service. So guys, let's go for a 10 minutes break here, and right after the break, we will continue.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum, Adnan.
Yes, walaikum salam.
This is Riaz. How are you?
Very good, Riaz. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. I have one question, but nothing to do with today's lecture, but it's very detailed, very good. But the question is, I have an individual who is science background, kind of microbiology and chemistry, some sort of things. Don't
Right.
have it, knows computer, how to deal with the computer, Microsoft Office, all those things, and maybe 10% of hardware like no CPU, hard drive, memory. What is that called? What would you suggest is a Azure or AWS? If he or she has to learn cloud, which one you suggest, Azure or AWS or GCP?
Okay. Now that depends on, okay, actually so first of all, my question will be, what is the goal of learning? Definitely to get a job in the market, right?
Yes.
I mean, nobody would want to learn Azure, AWS, or GCP for fun, right?
Not at all. I agree.
So a person coming with this background, with a totally different background, and with a very basic understanding of computer and basic understanding, everybody knows nowadays computers. We all worked on laptop. We all know Word, Excel, and all that. That's a basic understanding. So I would say it won't be of a lot of help just learning the cloud technology, but yes, if you need to get a job, I would say it will be starting with Microsoft Azure and plus MCSA. So Microsoft Azure with MCSA will give that person that edge in order to get into the IT market.
So would you say, like, Azure need MCSA?
Oh, I
But
cannot hear you. I was able to hear you before.
oh, like Azure said, you as you're saying, the Azure needed MCSA, but AWS or GCP also required to have some kind of networking knowledge.
I don't think so. Networking, networking knowledge, as I said yesterday, in all our projects, so there are two types of architects. We work together, networking architect and cloud architect. So for us, networking is only required to understand the networking services, but we don't work on networks.
Right.
And what is the reason why don't we work on network? Why we are not responsible for network? Because Azure networking needs to connect to the physical network in the backend. And physical networking, only a specialist can understand. Person with CCIE, CCNP, and all those certificates. So for that reason, we cannot replace a networking architect, which means that we don't have to have that deep understanding of networking. But yes, we do need to understand VNet, everything that we learned yesterday.
Okay. So would you say if you take Azure out between AWS and GCP, which one would be uh, easy path to go?
I
I'm
cannot
not
hear
trying to go.
you.
Like, I don't want to go easy path, but I'm just saying I know Azure has some deep, whatever understanding we need to have at the network, but the AWS and GCP also required that kind of networking knowledge.
So it's the same for AWS and GCP as well, which means that the amount of learning we had yesterday in networking is the same amount of learning, and we still need to know the virtual switches in both of them. We still need to know the subnet. So that level of understanding. But your question was regarding that which one to choose from if somebody has to choose from one of the three clouds. So I would say in North America, mostly on the Canadian side. Both flavors are in use, but at the moment, Azure is mostly used. If I say on this side in Australia, here AWS is in use. So AWS is mostly used even more than Azure. In Middle East, it's all Azure. So that's what it is. So I would say start with Azure. It is much more understandable. It's closer to Windows technology. You've already heard of these terms, and then move on to AWS.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Hello, welcome back after the break, everyone. So let's start from where we stopped uh, before the break. And so we were discussing app service plan, app service environment. Guys, app service plan and app service environment are used to host web apps and mobile apps within the Azure environment. The main idea behind this is that we don't need to, the end user, okay, so where is it? So uh, we shouldn't worry about, okay, we shouldn't worry about, so where is it, where is it, where is it? There's something wrong with this. So we shouldn't worry about the the backend services, which means that we shouldn't worry about the CPU, the operating system, the licensing, the services. We focus on our business and the website. So app service plan, and we spoke about that if application needs to connect to any other app component within the Azure Virtual Network, we use point to site VPN. And if the same application, if the web app needs to connect back to the backend application, we can use either hybrid connection directly, or we can go from this play where we can use this route as point to site VPN and then site to site VPN, then going back to on premises. Now, in terms of traffic management, we can also leverage with app services CDN, the content distribution network. We discussed about content distribution network to make this website available closer to the end user regions. So let's say your web app is spread across the world. You have users in US, you also have users in Europe, you also have users in Australia. So what we can do, we can create CDNs around the world. So we can have different CDN. So we can have main website hosted here, and we can have one CDN for this in UK, another CDN here. So what happens is the same website will be cached in here and in the UK region for their local access. So in that way, there won't be any delays in using the website. So Ajmal is asking a question: if the website or a mobile site running slow, then who do we contact? The web app or the if yes. So if in any case any component within this is slow, any component of the service is slow, we contact Microsoft. So Microsoft will be able to help us out. But before even going to Microsoft, this is our responsibility as a Azure admin and Azure architect or a cloud architect, that we need to find out where is the bottleneck. Is it our website, or is it the underlying infrastructure, or is it the networking, is it the storage? So if the website is slow, there can be many reasons. If your disk is full, then definitely the website, it will impact the website. Ajmal also asked the second question: who will install the certificate? Yes, it will be us installing the certificate and that is part of the app service plan, and it's very simple. So we just buy a new certificate from outside, or we can buy a certificate from Microsoft and make it part of the website. Okay, so we can use content distribution network. We can also use traffic manager to divert the traffic to another region if it is required. And then for automation and auto scaling, same options. This is high availability, and this is auto scaling, meaning if there is a load on the website, you can scale in and scale out. We can also leverage web services. Now, within the security context of the app service plan, we can secure the website using SSL certificate. Now, what is an SSL certificate? For a new person, SSL, I mean, many people know what is an SSL certificate sitting here in this group. But SSL certificate basically makes sure that the website is all encrypted. And what is the most common places where we see SSL certificate? On the banking websites. Actually, nowadays on all websites, on all websites they have SSL certificate, which means that when you log into the bank and your website starts from HTTPS, there is SSL certificate. So SSL certificate, yes, we can protect the here. Microsoft also provide that facility that you don't have to get the SSL certificate from outside. Normally we get it from outside. So for example, if I can go to one of the bank's website, let's say right here, Australian bank. If we go to any website right here, and so there are many, actually we can go to LinkedIn. And LinkedIn, here you see this lock here. If you click on this lock and you go down to certificate, this certificate, so this is known as SSL certificate. This certificate makes sure that your website is encrypted. Anything on this website, people cannot encrypt and change the information. So this certificate can also be provided. And this certificate, LinkedIn got this certificate from DigiCert. DigiCert is a huge organization and they provide certificates for the website. They make sure that the owner is a legit owner of the website. So whoever owns this linkedin.com, they would have verified that person and then provided a certificate for digicert.com, so that tomorrow if somebody else can make exactly the same site and they try to hack in, and this is how they hack in, people make linkedin.com, they website is different, but they redirect to the to another those hacking web servers, and then they ask for username and password. And a normal person would directly go, because the page is exactly the same as LinkedIn page, and directly go enter username and password, and username and password will go to the hacker, and the user will get a page cannot be found message or something like that. So this is how these websites are protected, by using the certificate. Atif asked a question. So we can get the certificate from DigiCert or Microsoft. Yes, we can get a certificate from Microsoft. Microsoft also provides the certificate now. Or you can get it from DigiCert, you can get it from VeriSign, you can get it from all these other companies where you can get the certificate from. Yes, so Ajmal last replied to that question. So guys, the next thing for the web app. So keeping our eyes on web app, everyone, since we have a web app, we can control the access to the web app through Active Directory, and then we can further have keys stored. We can protect the website using the key vault as well. And later on, we will see what is a key vault, but we have seen the key vault in storage. Key vaults has those encrypted keys with which we can access the website for programming purposes, for development purposes. I mean, as a user, you can log into the website, but what if I need to upload a ASP.NET code on this? So ASP.NET code on this, so we can use certificate within the code and then connect to the website. So this is what the keys are for. So Ajmal is saying, if I can explain API app. API app, Ajmal, is a very simple, is a very simple, I mean, API can be a very simple program that is helping your website. So API can be, let's say I have a website that I am hosting in this. So what is my website? My website is HR portal. So my HR portal, or so where all of my company or Rogers employee, they go to that portal and look up to their information, their first name, last name, and then employee card, and this and that and everything. But I want to integrate this website with a smart card system. So for a smart card system with that website, let's say this is my website, and normally people access directly the website. So I go to my HR portal and I can see my employee information. But my company wants that instead of people logging in, they use a smart card. Now, in order to integrate smart card with a website, definitely you need a third-party company. So that third-party company would provide an API for this. So maybe you got it from the smart card company. They would provide an API. API is application programming interface. It's that small code that goes into your website so that people can use a smart card information and log into the system. So this is what API application is. Here it's just saying that if you need a third party a third party integration with your website, then Microsoft has that feature available. Not necessarily, your company might not use API app, they might not use mobile backend services, but the services are available. So guys, this is all in API services. We will be doing labs here as well, just for better explanation. So just in 2 minutes recap for everything what we have discussed. So we started understanding, today we are learning app service plan. App service plan is a PaaS implementation in Microsoft Azure. In the interview, if they ask you, what do you know about PaaS services in Azure? So your answer starts right from app services. There are other PaaS implementation as well, like backup. This backup service is a PaaS implementation, but there is an IaaS implementation of backup as well, which is known as app service backup, backup server. So backup comes in two different flavors, as service and as a server. But so the interview question, what do you know about the PaaS services in Azure? For PaaS services, one of the services that Azure provide is App Service Plan or App Service Environment. App Service Environment is new, App Service Plan is older, but still companies are still using App Service Plan. As soon as you get App Service Plan, your next step is, what do you want to do with the App Service Plan? So do you want to host a website? Do you want to host a mobile application? Okay, I want to host a website. So yes, host a website. So you will get a web app within that. Then within the web app, you will upload your website. So in order to support your website, you can use all other features as well. You can use predefined scripts, Java support, .NET support, and other than that, you can also leverage these features as well. If you want a YouTube, if you want a YouTube added into your web app, you can use media services. If you want to add your website to the Azure Search, then you can use this feature. If you want to have, if you want to know more statistical data or information about your mobile app, how many users are connected, what is the use of your website, what timings that most user connect to your app, then you can use mobile engagement. And then you have notification hub as well, which is just used for notification. So it receives notification based on the use of the website. It can send out notification to wherever it needs to go to. And then we have monitoring here, basic monitoring, app server monitoring. In detail, in-depth monitoring is application insight. Then we have API management. API management is used again with the API apps. So let's say for this website, I have 5 different companies connected to my website. So one is smart card company that I use. The other one is the payment gateway company that I used. So payment gateway is again a third party company that needs to connect to my website. And then other e-commerce, I also used an e-commerce application with my website. So these are all APIs. A smart card is an API, payment gateway is an API, e-commerce is an API, and they all are managed through API management. So if you have many, then you can manage them all through this. Ajmal is asking a question. How do we know that web app disk size? Excellent, Ajmal, good questions. So yes, so once we get the plan, once we buy this, at that point, we will be given an opportunity to buy different plans. We can get a 2 GB plan, 4 GB plan, 1 vCPU plan. So I will show that in the lab right now. And then, so before going into the lab, just very quick here. So we also talked about the multi-tier web application. What is a multi-tier web application? A website can be a very simple one-page website. A website can be two-tier website, that it has a website and a database in the background, or a website can be three-tier website like CRM or call center websites that has a website, then they have a database, then they have a backend application that is working with the website. So in that case, I mean, all the three things can be within Azure. So web app is here and database and the application is here. Or it can be a case where the application is sitting in your on-prem, and in any case, if you need to connect these, we need to remember these. So in order to connect your web app to the any other application within your virtual network, which is inside Azure, we can use either point to site VPN or ASE, which is app service environment. And if it needs to connect to the data center, physical data center, we can go this route, point to site VPN, site to site VPN, and hybrid, or we can directly connect to hybrid. Excellent. So guys, before I can go on and show you a demo of app service plan, and then we can learn other components, I would want you to spend like 3 minutes on this. 3 minutes on this page, try to recap everything that we have used, and try to maybe say out loud, and if you have any questions, please ask those questions. The information on this page is not very difficult, but if you can remember it in numbering, if you can discuss that, I mean, if you can just remember that in numbering. So I start from app service plan, then web app, then here mobile app, the important ones, and then here you can remember media services, mobile engagement here, and then for monitoring is so number 6 is monitoring, app service and application insights. Then we have API management. Then we have different type of connections connecting to the virtual network. Number 9 is hybrid connection. What is a hybrid connection? What is point to site VPN used in app service? Then here we have number 10. Why do we use content distribution network? What is the use of traffic manager with app service plan? So number 11. Then we can also backup, number 12. Then we can auto scale. So guys, if we can remember, if we can try to remember in this case, trust me, this will become very easy for you to remember. Okay. So Ajmal asked a question: what is the difference between point to site VPN and ASE only? ASE only is part of the environment, so you don't have to separately set up this PP to point to site VPN connection. So there is a configuration that we need to do in order to do this. But if we are using directly right from the start app service environment, which is still a new feature, companies are not using it. So as part of the environment, you don't have to have this extra connection. So this connection is only required if you're using app service plan and you connect back to this, and you have to do some configuration. Like when you install a server, you need to do an IP configuration. So then you need to do that extra step. But if you're using app service environment, then you don't have to do this extra step. Your app services are automatically connected here to the your network. Benjamin is asking a question. Can you please repeat what is the web job? Web jobs are the batch services. These are the batch services that we need to run with the web app if required. Let's say every night, if this is an HR portal, every night I need to sync it with the Active Directory. Let's say today in the company you had 50 employees and 5 new joined, and then this web app needs to be updated. So we will run that batch using the web jobs and update this web app, update the database that is connected to the web app. So this is just one example. So it's the batch, it's the batch script that we can run in the background for the website maintenance. So guys, take these 3 minutes and go through everything on the screen, please, and keep sending your questions. So 3 minutes starts now. And why 3 minutes, guys? This is just to sit back and see that how many services are there and try to see. I put in the numbers as well so that you can remember it by numbers. And one more thing, I would request everyone, to kind of, I mean, we have now 4 or 5 building blocks in our hand. So within the next week, try maybe have a conference call among you. I'm not sure that we have created groups, so I think I will create groups today. Have yourself in 2 or 3 groups and have a conference call and discuss these building blocks. Now, what is the discussion? The topic of the discussion will be each one person will explain one building block. So one person will explain the compute building block, the other person will explain the storage building block, networking building block, and this building block. So that will be excellent. So actually, you will be meeting for the lab as well, but since this is the time, you can learn, you can leverage, I mean, all of the knowledge that we have again. So Ajmal asked the question. Before that, Sayed asked the question, to deploy app services, we don't need any VM storage. We don't. Yes, we don't work with VM storage, but as soon as I create the app service plan, you will see that we will select a plan, and in the background, it will be VMs, but we won't be responsible for the VMs. So we won't deploy any VMs as well. So Ajmal is asking a question, is it possible that we move all VMs from outside of Azure to and use Azure as our data center? Yes, many companies are doing that at the moment, Ajmal. That many companies, smaller companies, especially smaller with the 2015 servers, they are all in Azure. They don't have anything in their own data centers, and medium-sized companies, companies with 100 and over 100, 200 servers. So they have their only the servers that are absolutely required on on their data center. For example, even if you move everything into Azure, you will still need a DHCP server within the network. You will still need internal DNS. So few infrastructure services will still be there in the data center that connects back to Azure, but business applications will be all moved into Azure. Abdul asked the question quickly, can you please tell us what exactly the job responsibility of Azure admin here in the app service building block? Yes, so app service building block, your responsibility will be to make sure that app service plan is working fine. And if it needs to be upgraded, so developer would come back to you, say that, my app service plan is reaching capacity. I need better app service plan. So then you will sit with them, you will provide him with all of the details. We have these 3 types of plans: standard, premium, and in this plan, also you will also let them know the cost, and you will help them upgrade the plan. So that is one of the responsibilities. Then you need to make sure their application services are connected to virtual network and hybrid connection. So this is your responsibility is the infrastructure part. If somebody needs access to the part of the web app, then you go to Active Directory, assign permissions to. So this is what your responsibility is. Okay, you're most welcome.
Web app is for hosting a website, and the job behind that running is a web job. Sorry.
Okay, Ajmal, is there a question? I cannot hear your voice. If you can be a little closer to the mic and then ask that question again. Ajmal, I didn't even get that. So it was a question or a discussion? Okay. 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 So everyone, since we have spent these 3 minutes here, let's quickly. So my question before I can. So everyone log into the Azure portal at the same time. In the chat, please type the names of the people that you're working with in this group. So if you're working alone, just say alone, and then because I need to make groups here, and we need to kind of, guys, it's a teamwork. We need to use these techniques. We need to use these techniques in order to grasp this knowledge and then embed this knowledge inside our brain map. Mind map, sorry, brain map, mind map. So once you explain it to someone, once you listen, I mean, you're already listening, but if you can explain it to someone, then it will be much better. And I'm not saying you should do a 1 hour call, guys. Maybe 15-minute call will be enough. 15 minutes call and direct to the point. So 15-minute call, first of all, set up the timing on WhatsApp. At that time at 9 p.m, call each other. Hello, yes, I'll be explaining the compute. So all you need to do is to explain the numbers. Go through the numbers and explain the numbers just like that, just like the one that I've shown you. If you have question, write down the question. You can ask the question to me in the lecture. So Shakil is saying working alone, Asher is saying working alone, Majabin and Human. So we can make a group of first of all Shakil, Asher, Majabin and Human. Is that okay for all 4 of you? Let's make a group, and you can one of you can take the responsibility of creating that WhatsApp group for all 4 of you. Shakil, Asher and Human and Majabin. Actually, so, and I think so there are few people that already know a lot about the cloud. So I would say maybe Atif can join this first group. Atif, if you can join Shakil, Asher, Mahjabin, and Homan. And I don't know how many people can sit in a conference call, 3 people or 4 people. So one person can call, or I think you can have a WhatsApp call where 4 people can call at the same time.
Yeah, or even Zoom call, right?
Zoom also 4.
It can be a Zoom, but then you need to get a subscription for Zoom.
No, for 30 minutes, you don't need a subscription.
Yeah, 40 minutes is free, yeah.
Okay, very good. So let's make it quick. So first group is Shakil, Asher, Majabin, and 4 people in this group, and Atif.
Atif was helping me last week. He has did a tremendous job helping me. So
okay,
he could be one of the. But if you put all these super talented people in one group, then people like me will be left behind.
No, for sure. So everyone will be helping out everyone. Any suggestion, anyone? How should we make these groups?
Well, all the experts out there who already, like Shakil is good, Atif is good, and Ajmal, and there's another name. We should pair that guys to some other guys who are less knowledgeable.
Okay, yeah, that's a good suggestion. Okay, and let me get that quickly here.
So for me, Atif was already helping, so I'll stick with him. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So here I'm gonna type, if I can. So we have these. We have ATIF Atif. We have Ajmal. We have Shakil working on the labs.
So we have 10 people. We have 10 people in this class. So maybe like five, maybe 2 classes is good enough.
Can you repeat that, please? Yeah, we have 10 people in the class, so we can make these groups. So so I think 2 groups. I think 3 groups will be fine. I mean, 2 of 5 will be kind of too many people, because my suggestion would be that everyone should participate. It should not be that one person is listening and all other people are talking. So everyone should at least repeat everything on the what do you call a building block. Okay, so here we can have with Atif, we can have Riaz, and then we can have Asher. It will be better. I mean, you can be part of any group. So I'm just writing names here. So once we make these groups, and if somebody is already working with someone, then you can let me know. And so here Atif, Riaz, and here we have Maria, and so here we can have, I'm just writing them. Then if you want any changes, please let me know. Who else is left? Yahya Ali. Yahya, is this your first class, or maybe you're just using a different name and you've attended all of the previous classes? And Abdul.
And Awais.
It's your first class, right? Okay.
Are you talking?
Okay. And always, I think always. And who is left here? And we have Shakil and Atif, Majibin, Sayed. So Sayed, and that's it. Everyone is covered whose name is not here on this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, so we are all good here. So guys, these are the groups, and please, and the leaders are, leaders or the, if you can take the responsibility, Atif, Ajmal, and Shakil, can you take the responsibility of making a WhatsApp group and then bringing everyone together in the next week? Then we can discuss, then we can see how, what was the participation of all of the other people.
Inshallah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. So I will share that within the group as well. Okay, so guys, everyone, I'm going to create a first. So what is the goal of our first exercise is that my manager came to me and wants me to basically host a website within Azure. So hosting a website within Azure, this is how the steps will go. The very first thing, we need to go into home. We can go to the home. We can go to home, and then we can basically, first of all, open app service. So there are two things, app service and app service plan. So app service and app service plan. App service is the one that can host web pages and mobile services, whereas the plan is the one that is connected, that is basically based on the that represents. So here in the definition, app service plan represents the collection of physical resources, use of host and app. So you can say this is the backend infrastructure. App service plan, based on the app service plan, we pay them according to the use of services. So first of all, I can go with creating app service plan first, or I can go create an app service. It doesn't matter. I can create an app service as app services first and then add an app service plan. It's exactly the same thing. So I'm going to start the right way of doing it. We start with making an app service plan. What is the goal? What is the scenario? I need to host a website, our company website, into Azure, and we have decided to go for PaaS services. We don't want to go with the IaaS services. So everyone, open app services. If you don't see app services here, you can type the word app services from here. And the icon is this one right here, this globe with this texture. So app service, once the app services are open, all we need to do is click add. Once we go here and click add on this, then it will ask us to create an app service plan. Now in app service plan, app service web app lets you quickly build, deploy, scale enterprise grade web and mobile and API apps running on any platform. So just a quick definition here, and then we will create a resource group. So guys, when you delete your infrastructure, there are few things that are that remain there. When you delete everything, resource group will not be deleted. So but you have to delete the resource group. Even if the resource group is sitting there and doing nothing, there won't be any charge. But just to have this cleaner picture, maybe you might have, because of your previous labs, you might have many resource groups here. If you want to clean them, just open resource group from the search, and you can delete one by one all of them. So I'm going to use the one resource group that I have, or I can create a new resource group as well. Resource group is just a folder of it's a collection or a group of same services. And then within instance, so here this is the app service plan. What is it used for? So I'm gonna say this is the this is 360 Cloud, the organization name first, and then web app service 01. So this is the app service plan name, your company name. It can be very small, it can be, but the name should represent what follow the naming convention. And naming conventions, you know, naming conventions are basically, what is the naming convention? Naming convention are different in all different companies. So so it can be different in all different companies. You will follow the naming convention of the company. And the second thing is that this app service, would it be a code or would it be a Docker's container? Now, code meaning, is it a simple website or is it a container? Container, later on, we will be working with a container as well. The big difference between a container and a website is that website has its own infrastructure. So website has its web server, it has its own disk, it has its own. So websites are mostly hosted based on VMs, whereas containers are not basically confined to just the VMs. Containers can have their own layers of what do you call, components. So for now, it is not a container. I will give you an example of container later on, but here it will be a web app or a mobile app. Next, since it is a mobile app or a web app, then what is the runtime? What type of web app is it? Is it a Java-based web app? Is it Java this version, Tomcat version, and all these other type of web apps? So that will be depending on your development team. So this you will be creating this app service plan sitting with the web developer, and they will let you know that which type of technology they are using. At the moment, we will be going with ASP 3.5. ASP 3.5, you know, everything is made up of ASP 3.5 within Windows or ASP.NET 4.5, and now there is a newer version. Sayed is saying that my free trial is expired. Uh-oh. So Sayed, there are two options to this. Number one is that you will create a new account with a new email address, new credit card, new number. So we all can, I mean, we all have multiple numbers at home, kids and family. We all have other email addresses. And also that is one way of going to this. You can, and that will give you another 30 days to work with this. But I would say go with just go for pay-as-you-go subscription. So you can go with pay-as-you-go subscription and create resources, delete every day. Microsoft won't charge you for that. And even if they charge you at the end of the month, maybe a few cents or maybe maximum $1 or $2 at the end of the month, it is worth it to use these services for them. But most of the time, it won't be charged. I mean, many of my students, they are using pay-as-you-go for last 1 year, and they are not charged. And Atif is saying pay-as-you-go is not too expensive. Yes, maybe Atif is already using it. So you can, so whoever, I mean, instead of going into that hassle, there's another hassle to find another email address, find another phone number, then another credit card. I mean, that's a huge big hassle. Instead, just go for pay-as-you-go. Just make sure to delete the stuff. Yes, you need to delete the stuff. If the stuff is sitting there, you will be charged.
But do we need to delete all the resources as well, or all the associated resources in order to not to get charged?
Yes, delete everything within Azure. So which means, so what I do at the end of all my classes or all the labs, I just go into all resources, select everything and delete.
My vault is not getting deleted, I think, from last 2-3 times.
Yeah, that's what I had issue. My vault wasn't deleting. I mean, there was a VM in a vault. It somehow, it's keep telling me there was a VM and I'm not able to delete that VM in a vault.
Right, right. So, but for the vault, you won't be charged unless there is no backup sitting in there. But for the vault, so my vault is sitting here as well, and they will keep the vault for at least 15 days. 14 or 15 days, so that you make sure that everything you have taken out of the vault before they can delete the vault. So that's their policy, but you won't be charged for vault
Okay.
sitting there in your subscription.
Okay. So it just at the end of the day, just go to all resources and click on everything and check everything and delete. Just delete.
Exactly, exactly. Just go from here and delete everything. You won't be charged for those. Okay. So guys, we are creating our app service plan, and then the idea is that we need to host a website. And in order to do that, we went into app services. We created, we connected to our resource group, and then we named the website. We said it will be published as a website, not a container. And then the runtime stack is ASP.NET. If you don't know the answer of this, then ask your development team. They will be able to help you out with that. And then so the next thing, so Atif is saying just make sure that you delete the stuff, an extra layer of the security with the vault. Yes, the vault has to be empty. So I will show it to you, all of you, that if you're interested, that how to clean up the vault. And the operating system, since it is ASP.NET, it is automatically selected as Windows. If you select any other technology, then you can select, let's say, Tomcat, then it can be Linux or it can be Windows as well. So it will give you that much of help to whenever you select something, it will say, so ASP.NET is only Windows. So I'm going to select here Central US in this. So here, now the next thing is, so this is where it asks us to create the app service plan. Now, app service plan, if I would have created it outside, I mean, before selecting the app service, I would have seen it here. Here it's saying that in this region, you don't have any app service plan. So you must create a plan, which is this. Now, app service plan basically dictates that how much space, how much memory do you need for this website. So if I go into standard one is basically the free and the shared plan. Actually, so here, if we go into change sizes, so this is production here, and it will be charged here. You can see it is 56 Canadian per month. Whereas if I go to dev and test, here we have shared infrastructure with 1 GB of memory and 60 minutes per day compute, and it is free. So you can start with this app service plan. And first of all, what is the app service plan? It will give you the use of resources, and also you will be charged against the use of resources. So first one is F1, second one is D1, third one is B1. And you can see as you go on with these app service plan, the resources are increasing. At the same time, the features are increasing too. So on the free plan, you will get memory available to run the application, and you will get just 1 GB of storage. Whereas if you change it to D1, which is the first paid plan, here you can go with 12.15 Canadian, and here you can do these basic, you have basic feature, but you can also use a custom domain. Custom domain simply means that if you want to have a if you want to have a smaller name for your website instead of a huge big name that Microsoft provides for the web app. So that's an option where you can get it. And Atif is saying our RG, our resource group in Canada Central, would it be okay if we use US Central? Yes, you can use, I mean, you can use even a resource group or a region of China region as well. I mean, everyone can use any region throughout the world. It's just that we select a region focusing on our end users. So where are the end users for this website? If my end users are sitting in Middle East, even though I'm in Australia or Canada, so my website should be hosting in Middle East, near to their center. So that's where we can decide that which region should we, and to answer your question, yes, you can use US Central or Europe or any other region for that matter. Okay, So this is an app service plan. I mean, this is where you're selecting that how much do you want to pay for this website. If this is just a test dev website, I'll go with just F1. If it is a website that your company is using seriously, I would go with maybe at least this website with 250 minutes a day of compute resources. Now, what is a compute resources? Compute resources simply means that how much this web app will be used. So for example, your website is a very simple website and it is used inside your company and all of the employees are using it. But if they use 250 minutes per day, 250 minutes per day, it means that the limit was 240 and now you have to use next day. Now the rest of the employees, if they need to do anything on the website, updating their information or adding new employees, then they'll have to wait for the next day and then add. So this is a limit on this. And then we have B1 plan where we have 100 units. So ACUs, which is one with 175 GB of RAM and A series computer and the $41.11. Okay. So here I just wanted to make sure Azure. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that ACU stands for, I think this is, and you know, this Bing search
It's
is not
Azure
good as,
Compute Unit.
sorry?
Azure Compute Unit.
Azure Compute Unit, yes, Azure Compute Units. So Azure Compute Unit, very good. See the difference between the Bing search and then the Google search, it directly gives you the thing here. So overview of Azure Compute Unit, how much compute unit you are buying from them. So Azure Compute Unit, so whereas here, I don't see any, direct definition of Azure Compute Unit, same search. So that's why nobody uses this search. Okay, so yes, Azure Compute Units. So which is just compute units, which is exactly the same thing as how much units you will be using here. So B1 plan, and then with an upgrade of B1 plan, you will get more features here as well. Here you get manual scalability with this plan. And then Ajmal is asking a question, how much units? So they have some calculation behind this. This ACUs, okay, so it's right here. Dedicated compute units used to run the application deployed in the web app, and you can get more information. And vCPU is basically, where do you see vCPU? vCPU is just a vCPU, virtual CPU that is used with this application. Okay, and then we can go with production plans and isolated plans. So there are three major type of plans here. We have dev test plan, we have production plan. In the production plan, we have more units, and then you can see it becomes more and more expensive with more and more features as well. So there is staging slots available, there is daily backup, there is traffic manager. So isolated plan, so these are different plans. I mean, just to remember that this is the cheapest and this is a normal plan, and this is very expensive. Number one, as you can see here, you will be charged $14.95 per month. But in this case, isolated simply means that they will give you a dedicated hardware for your website, for your web apps, and it won't be shared with anyone. Whereas starting with dev app, this is the infrastructure, it's a shared infrastructure. Shared infrastructure meaning the same infrastructure will be used for the other clients as well. And then as you start increasing, as you start upgrading your package, you will be getting more and more facilities. So isolated plan is the more advanced networking plan. So on a very high level, this is for the website that needs isolated network, that need dedicated hardware, that need scale to large number of instances, up to 100 instances. So this is for a website, websites like ebay.com and those other websites. But so these are different type of plans which you can select from. So for now, we are going to select F1 plan. So I'm going to go with F1
I have a
plan.
small question, man. I have a small question.
Please go ahead.
Okay, this shared infrastructure when we talk about, so probably a disk is being shared by so many people. So how, like, everybody will be protected sort of in against this viruses and all? Is there some ring created for every individual, said that the traffic from or anything from the same hard disk will not be affecting some other person who's having a account on the same hard disk or whatever? How it will work?
Right. So even though it is a shared, even though it will be a shared infrastructure, but there will still be a logical isolation between all of these websites. So that is for sure a given, a standard, a minimum standard that even though it is the resources will be shared. I mean, you're not getting a dedicated CPU. That CPU is shared among others, but in terms of security, they are completely isolated. In terms of security, in terms of protection against viruses, malwares, and all that, that is a minimum standard that is given to all of them.
Okay. Right, sir.
Okay, so Abdul asked a question. If a mid-level company, which plan will take? Okay, so this is an important question that we go through in the real environment as well. Which plan should we go for? I mean, that discussion is. I mean, we can take this decision based on our discussion with the web development team. I mean, we as a cloud architect, we cannot just take this decision. We first need to know that what is the website about. Let's say if it is a HR portal, okay, number one. Number two, how much space the website will need. So that will developer will let us know, this website will take anywhere from 1 GB to 2 GB of data. Normally, the smallest website can be on 10 MB as well. A biggest website, a normal medium-sized company website can be, it cannot be 1 GB. It can be maybe 200 MB or 300 MB. But then the next question for the developer is that how much load are you expecting in the first 6 months? Is this website going to be, I mean, based on their previous experience? So based on all those questions, then we will decide that which plan we need to go for. For us as architects, for us as Azure admin, we have the numbers available. So the normal decision making strategy that we go for as an architect, we just plan for next whole 1 year. We don't plan for whatever is current. We plan for at least 1 year or 3 years. So if it is a multinational big company, then we go plan for 3 years. Okay, the first year I'm going to need only 3.5 GB, but okay, we plan to have we plan for next whole 1 year that what will be how would they forecast their use of website and all that. And Atif is saying it's a business will take this decision. Yes, so most of the time it will be business, but we will work with them to select the plan. So here we can go with, I think we should go with S1 plan. We will be removing this at the end of the day, but with this plan, we can basically, we can see auto scaling, we can see staging. If we go with the free plan, then we won't be able to see all of the features. So we'll go with S1 plan. That was S1 plan was selected right from the beginning. So we can all select this one. Here we can get all of that. So when making this app service plan, we have, so we named it, we provided the resource group, then we selected the type of code, and then now we have Central US. I've selected Central US. So actually my resource group was in Canada Central, so I'm going to select Canada Central in this. So, and here the plan is S1, and that's it. Within the monitoring, would you need the application insights monitoring? Basic monitoring is already there. Basic monitoring is already there. So here, application insight, if you need to go advanced, then you can actually select another plan, but that will be paid. You can select. So for now, we'll just leave it as is at the moment and create. So it's validated, and now we can create the website. So Ashar is asking a question. I got this on monitoring page. Application Insight is not supported for the current selection of runtime stack, operating system, publish type, and resource group. Is that normal? Yes, it is. So have you selected ASP.NET or any other type of technology? So that depends on that. What type, I mean, Application Insights is a monitoring tool. It will monitor your website, your web pages, and it will provide its suggestions. But maybe the stack that you have selected. So in my case, I've selected ASP.NET and application, because that is Microsoft technology. It will be, it's their own technology. They can monitor it. But maybe if you have selected any other third-party application like Python, like Tomcat. So maybe Application Insight might not be able to monitor that product. Okay, so right here we have now I have app service plan. I'm in app service plan right now. So right here it gives me the resource group. Right here it gives us the URL. Within the URL, so our app service plan is ready here, and this is the FTP and FTPS sites where you can upload your web pages and your code. On the same page, we have diagnostic information. Application Insights helps you detect and diagnose quality issues in the application and helps you understand what the users actually do it. Here it gives you the basic monitoring. Once the website is uploaded, people start using it. It will give you some statistics, data in and data out based on their own metrics here. In the activity log is basically gives you all that information, what is happening on the app service plan, and it will give you some details as well. Within IAM, which is the next chapter, we will be creating Active Directory users. We will be assigning them different type of access here, tags, and diagnose, solve problem, depending. So Microsoft is providing their recommendation, their different tools to check your app service plan, just like all other different tools. How do you make it much faster? What is their suggestion about SSL domain and SSL certificate? Where do you get this information? So basically this is a help and support page. Atif is asking a question. My deployment is failing. First it asks to purchase. Oh, yes. So which means that you're on pay as you go. So if you're on pay as you go, then you definitely, is it asking you to purchase this? Okay. And it's failing. So Atif, you can, if you don't want to pay anything, I think, why is it charging? Because maybe you might have selected a standard that is using premium storage. Maybe try downgrading this plan, or try to get a free plan. It won't ask you to pay anything. So validation is successful, and okay, but it's still failing even after validation. Okay, so so try selecting another, start with a free plan. Let's see where it can give you without any purchasing, without to purchase anything. So in the security, so this is the security center for this web app. So which means the security center for this web app, meaning it gives you that security center. So information where you can, it will give you insights of the security and recommendations here. Now this service is not paid. So since it is a free tier here, and so if you try that, you can try this for 30 days on a CDS website. It will give you a lot of recommendation and security. So I think we have seen the security center. Security Center will look like this here. It will give you different numbers. It will give you a complete insight of your web service. So Security Center is not only a firewall, it's not only permissions and security, it's not only the access. It gives you, it checks the security from all angles, from the web tier, from the database tier, from all of the applications that are supporting. And then it will also provide its recommendation. And basically it all goes down to this score here. So if you can all search for this word Azure Security Center and look at the image, basically it will give you a score at the end. First of all, it will calculate what is the security score your complete Azure environment should have. And in another chapter, I will go into more detail. But here, in order to integrate with the Azure Security Center, this is the place where you can integrate this. Then we have the events where we can use different event subscription, and then use the events to create alerts so this is event subscription. Let's say, for example, an event occurred on a website. Let's say a website went down. So website is down, or web app service plan is full, or there is not enough space in the disk or the storage in the backend storage. There will be an event, and based on the event, you can create an alert and send it to someone, a web admin, or to yourself. Now, to quick start with this app service plan, what was the main function of this app service plan? The main function is to host a website. So quick started saying, okay, so what type of website would you like to host? ASP.NET?
I don't have the security tab and events preview tab.
It is because of maybe because of the plan you have selected. What was your plan?
Same default that whatever, like on the production, the first one.
It is S1 or it is F1?
Oh, the one which was default, I don't remember. We selected it. Same thing.
Okay, I think it's right here. So you can go to app service plan in here, and you can see what plan is, what is your, so here it tells me my service plan is S1 right here. And if you go down here,
in settings, I don't see even apps and app service plan, nothing.
Okay, so what do you see right here? If you can see my mouse, is it an app service plan? Or it is app services?
App services.
Yes. So in apps, yes. So that's a normal confusion that normally we are in. If I go back, so you see only app services here, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Where is app service plan in all resources? I don't see that.
Right. So app service plan is right here. So, okay. So what happened was that as soon as I completed the wizard and I went to the resources, it took us to the app service plan inside. So basically it all starts from app service. Always keep an eye on which part of service are you. So this is app service plan. In app service plan, you don't have much options here. Not many options, but in app service plan, you still don't see security and events.
I don't see app service plan itself.
Okay, so go back to home and then go to all resources, and within all resources, okay, what do you see here? Do you see app service and app service plan? So we created app service, that created app service plan and application inside.
Okay, app service plan is written as ASP IT department, I think something.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's
okay.
service plan.
So can you share your screen quickly so that I can stop sharing mine, but you can.
No, it showed me app service plan. Remember there, it showed me app service plan, the same name.
Okay. Okay. So now you're in the right. So there is no confusion on your side, right?
Let me go to the app service plan, IT department, right? That the third one, right? Third one on your screen. Third one, this one, yeah.
So it's just don't go by the name. Always go by the type of service. So do you see an app service and app service plan?
Yes, app service and app service plan is the third one, right? This one, yeah.
Yeah, this is app service plan. So start with app service first. So we'll go into the app service. And within app service, we have all these different options. First of all, let's check our app service. So if our app service is working fine, we can copy this URL, everyone. So from the app service, copy so in front of the URL, you can see that copy to clipboard, and then open it in another browser. So open this in another browser. So it will take you to this website. So which means that your app services is ready to host a website. So this is, this is how it looks like when you have an app service plan. And if your app
Can you go again? 1 minute. Resources URL. 1 minute. Hold on. Essentials resources.
So you can go to overview and copy the URL here. This one.
In me, it doesn't show URL. It shows resource.
Shakil, can you quickly share with me your team viewer ID? Let me quickly have a look at it.
The 360 Cloud Web Service is your instance name?
Cloud services, can you repeat your question slowly, please?
The 360 Cloud Web Services 01, is that your name of your instance?
Yes, so this is 360 Web App Services 01 is the name of the app service. Shakil, are you sharing with me your TeamViewer ID here in the chat window?
I just sent you that on the WhatsApp.
Okay. Okay. So everyone, this will be, this is, it's a good, it will be a good example. So whoever has any issues, just let me know. It will be, the more and more we can troubleshoot and discuss on this, that will be much, much better. Okay, did I open this? Okay, so somehow my team viewer is not working. Shakil, can you share your screen? Just share quickly.
No, actually, I am on a different computer.
Oh, you're on a different computer. Okay, so.
I think I see the team viewer was sitting there on the taskbar.
Yes, it is sitting there. It's not doing anything. So if I click on this, I can click on this and it's not opening. Okay, so what we'll do, try to work with this, Shakil. Maybe try deleting the plan and adding the plan again. So I will complete this lab. So we have 2 other labs to do. So everyone,
okay, Adnan, one minute, sorry. All these labs which we do, can we have a separate record? Okay, this is fine with the recording, but can we just strip it and send us a separate recording for all these labs?
Sure, I will. At the moment, the app service recordings are not there on the website, but in next 2 days, I will post small videos for all these so that you can follow the lab. Okay.
Also,
so guys,
I think you did not. Also, you have said that you will be posting about the bash, and you did not do it, I think.
Shakil, I just said it yesterday. So
okay, no worries.
No
worries.
Adnan, sorry.
Yes.
Which plan did we pick in the web services? I'm getting an issue error here. So is it the production, dev, or isolated?
It was production S1. So you can go to production and S1. So guys, what I will do, So because I have to show you these different type of, and it will take time, and I think you won't be able to follow me. If you can follow me, it is excellent. If you're not able to follow me, it will be in the recording, and I will provide you with the labs within 2 or 3 days. And I mean, so it takes time for me to give you, because the portal is changed and the previous labs won't work for this. So this is why I will give it to you. So if you're not able to follow me, it's fine. You can keep looking at the screen. And if you can try on your own as well, that will be excellent. So if you have a second monitor, you can just try it. Okay. And my team viewer is still not open. Otherwise, I would have connected quickly and just said it. Okay. So guys, I'm going back to home, and what I will do. Yes, Maria is saying that I chose F1. It is fine as well. F1.
My screen shows that instrumental key.
Can you repeat that, Shakil? There was a missing in the voice.
Instrumentation key I'm getting. I'm not getting the URL. I'm getting the instrumentation key in both in service app as well as that plan.
Uh-huh. Okay. Just a second. It's 11. Okay, so guys, let's take a 5 minutes break here. It's been 1 hour since we had our last break. So in the 5 minutes break, I'll fix the issue, or maybe clear the confusion on Shakil's machine.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. So Atif is saying delete and recreate, guys. Yes. So I mean, sometimes due to misconfiguration or maybe some missing information, you can always just delete and recreate that. That will be much easier. But Shakil, do you have any desk on your machine?
Any desk? What do you mean?
Oh, any desk. Any desk is an application. You can just go to the
Oh
website.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Any desk I have to download. Okay, I think I'll get it. Hold on.
So just to prepare any desk and I'll connect to your machine. And Sayed is asking a question. Yes, the runtime stack was ASP.NET. You can select 4.7 or 3.5. You can select any one of them. So going back to that question Maria asked, that you chose F1. Now F1 plan is the smallest plan, and F1, the problem with the issue, it's not a problem, it's not a issue. It's the limitation with the F1 plan is that you might not be able to see all of the features. So this is why I selected in production. So if you click on the plan and you go to the production, you can select. Actually, I can show you that one more time here. If I can go add again on this one. And here I can select the resource group. Here I can select the name, demo app 01, and the code and the stack I can select from any one of them. So mostly ASP.NET. And here I will change it to Canada Central. And within the plan here, you can select any plan. So this is my existing plan that I already have. And in one plan, you can have many other, in one plan, you can have many websites. So one plan can have multiple websites inside. So I selected standard one. And if you want to change this, then you can always click on the size. Okay, first I need to create a new plan. So this is demo plan 2. And when I select a demo plan 2, then I can change the size, which is, so from here, I selected S1 plan for production, because I wanted to see the features of these features. So this is the hardware, the underlying hardware. And on this side, we can use SSL, we can use custom domain, we can auto scale as well to 10 instances. We can have different slots, and I will share with you what slots is. We can have backups, we can have traffic manager as well. So I will apply this plan and create this. That's it. So this is what so far we did in the app service. So let me quickly go to AnyDesk, and do I have to download this? Okay. Okay, so you have provided the ID, and the ID that I need to connect to is 579041314. Okay, so we are right here. So can you show me where you are in the your cloud? Um, Shakil, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, can you be please a bit closer to your mic? Are you using headphone or just your laptop mic?
No, I'm using laptop mic.
Okay, so then you'll have to be a little closer to uh, your mic. Okay,
Yeah.
so first of all, you are here in all your resources. So if I can I use your mouse here?
Sure, sure.
Okay, so I go to home and I will go to all resources, and within all resources, your network looks like a very, very busy Azure environment. So this, I mean, you are keeping this for a long time or
No, this
like,
is today. I did that lab for 4 machines, right? That
okay,
subnet and net.
okay, okay.
That is the one.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, wow. This looks like a production network and network of a very, very busy company. Okay, so that's a good thing. So I will go into app service one. So first of all, right here, I will basically sort it by type, number one. And within sorted by type, I can only see a app service plan. I don't see app services here. Okay, so which means, and this is a common mistake that sometimes we do, and most of the time it is done that we take app service plan as app service. So you have only app service plan, you don't have app services. If I go down, here, I don't see any app services. Okay, so for everyone,
So what is this
and
360? What is this 360 cloud? What is this? Web service.
this is just the name that you selected for this, but how do we know that which resources are there? Actually, it all starts from this screen here. So if I sort it by type, don't look at the names, just look at the type of service.
Okay. So
Okay.
probably it's not created properly.
So there is no app services here. You just have a plan here. Okay. So what I will do for now, I can keep it as is, but just to clear out all the confusions, or we can. Okay, my mouse is so it is working now. So here I can select these two and delete them. So we can create them. We can have them created. So I'm going to delete this. So it is being deleted. Now I will start from an app service. So not the plan, everything starts from app service. So we can go to search. We can look for the app here. And within this, I am looking for app services, not app service plan. So I have both here. I have app services, and there should be somewhere app service plan as well. App service plan, where it's, okay, anyways, I'll start with app service here. So app service will be the one that will be basically hosting the website. So if I go into this, then I can select here one of your resource groups. So this is what I was saying.
IT department.
you can clean up the resource group later on. So here I'm gonna name this 360 Cloud Web App 001.
We cannot see the screen, huh? Just FYI.
Oh, you cannot see my screen?
What is the reason? Okay, yeah. We have this something came up with that. Get start with the any test in three steps. We're not seeing your
Okay,
portal.
just a second. You should be able to see my screen.
We see your mouse is moving.
Oh, you see the mouse moving and nothing else. Okay.
The security of that AnyDesk.
Got it. Now you're okay.
Now you're able to see the screen?
Yeah, but are you in the two partial screens?
So on the screen I can see create web app.
We're good to go.
Okay, good. So so there was a full screen mode that's why you were not able to see the screen. Okay, so here I've created the app service. The problem was that app plan, Shakil started with app service plan. So app service plan is right here. So from here, Shakil, we named your app service, and now I'm going to select the stack. And from here, so Central US, will keep it as is. Are you using Central US for everything?
No, Canada Central.
Okay, so Canada Central. And from here, this is the plan. So we will leave it as is. It is S1 plan and it has all of the features. And then at the end of the lab, you can just delete it. And I'm going to create this. So once we create this, what it does two things. It will create a plan and it will create an app service as well. So it will give us both of the options. But when we create just a plan, then there won't be a hosting space. So basically, app services is the hosting space where we host our website. Okay.
A quick question here, Adnan.
Yes.
Don't mind. So when you selected the plan, there were various options, like you picked up S1, I believe, right?
Right.
Now, so because since we are using a PaaS service here, where we are not dealing with VM or anything like that, this particular plan is basically based on what we need or what we pick here. It's going to create the VM and everything in the backend. Is it correct?
Yes. So based on whatever we select in the plan, if it is S1 plan, D1 plan, or isolated plan, in the background, it will be creating VMs. And in isolated plan, basically, it will be dedicating the hardware as well. So there will be a physical server, physical rack, and everything dedicated for that website. And this is why you will be paying $1,500 per month for that plan. But the main thing in this is that we are not responsible for that. We are not responsible for the backend services, but yes, without VMs, it cannot run.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that is what was a little bit confusing. Okay. So behind this app service, there is still some hardware, there is still VM and storage and all that. It's just that it's not visible to us. The Azure is basically, Microsoft is basically dealing with it just because it's a PaaS services.
Exactly. That's what it is.
Okay. And based on how we set up our app service scale set, then the VM expansion will happen accordingly. Like
it
the
will
traffic
happen
and all
accordingly, yes, but it will be Microsoft's responsibility that they will make sure that everything is provided as in the contract or as in the SLA. Okay, so I'm going to disconnect Shakil from your machine. I hope that the confusion is cleared. Would you like to install? I already installed this and I'm not installing this. Okay, so guys, so the first lab is to create the app service plan. Let's go into the app service plan. I hope everyone is back from the break. We had that 5 minutes break as well, and we fixed the issue. And the issue was not technical issue, was just a confusion that would it be a app service plan. So here, even on my screen, you can see this is a app service plan, and we have app service. So two things. So do not be confused from this. App service is just the plan or the hardware that we buy and pay for, whereas app service is the one where the website will be hosted. Even when you go to these website providers, they will sell you the hosting plan. The hosting plan is where they basically sell you how much disk do you need, how much resources do you need in the background. Okay, so I'm going to go into app services now, and within app service I have these two services. So the one that I created later, so both are of standard tier, and then both are there are two different plans attached to each one of them. And I can go to my first app service. Now within app service, there are first of all, there is a quick start here, and within the quick start we have a few things here, and so here we can select that which so what do you want to deploy here, ASP.NET or Java.NET. If we go inside, this is basically just a documentation. This is nothing technical. They will be providing you, okay, you can start with this, and this is a good documentation though, where you can get all of the help from Microsoft to set up your environment. So this is one, and second one is deployment slots. Deployment slots are basically so Abdul is asking, can we deploy this tiny application? Yes, of course, you can deploy this tiny application. Let me try downloading this first here on my machine, and then we can see that how we can upload this in your in our infrastructure. So before even going there, so guys, deployment slots are basically used for different type of deployment, different type of websites. So for example, in real environment, we have dev. So we divide our application into three different environments: dev environment, production test environment, and then production environment. So these slots are for that reason. So we can have one slot for our production website, we can have another slot for our development website, we can have another slot for our what do you call, a test website. So first we when the developers are developing it, they will develop everything in the development slot, which is completely isolated from the production slot. Now, what is the big difference? The production. So basically, we want to protect our production website. We don't want developers to make any changes on the production website, any testing on the production website. We want to keep our dev and test completely separate from production. So if I create a slot here, so in this slot here, I can provide a name. I can say this is my dev.
Is it a container?
Basically this complete all web services are based in a container in the background. So this is this is an example of a container as well. But yes, slots will be definitely these are based on containers. So I mean, for us these are simple slots, but in the background these are containers. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to name this dev test. And with the dev test, do not clone the setting, or I can clone all of the settings for this. So which means that my dev environment will be exactly the same as my production environment. So, and then I can add this. And as soon as I add this, then I have now two slots. So I can provide this dev test slots to my developers so that they can upload and they can make changes to the website. They can update the website. Once they are 100% clear, then they can move their website to the production environment. So what is the main function of the slots? Main function of the slots is to separate the dev test or the production environment, or you can also have regional websites. So your US website is sitting in one slot, your Canadian website is sitting in another slot. And so you can, I mean, slots are completely isolated part of your environment. So here I have two now. This is my dev test, and this is my production, where I will have all the traffic. But on my dev test, this will be only used for, and you can see you will have similar type of structure of your app service, but this is a slot for dev test. So dev test, you can provide this place for to your developers. Okay. So guys, what we can do now is, so
Sorry,
here,
so is it a copy of your app services, which is 360 Cloud Web Service 01?
yes, so it is a copy of our, yes, it is an exact copy of the web service. You can have an empty slot, and then you can have a completely different website. Or just like when I created the slot, there was an option of cloning my existing app service. So I cloned it, which means that it is a copy of my web services. My developers can test on this, and then once they're ready, we can move that website to a production.
But when I click on app services, I don't see that app service there, the dev one. It's within the 360 Cloud Web Service.
Okay, so when you click on where on the screen?
App services. Like if I go on app services.
Right. You don't have deployment slots?
No, I do have deployment. I'm saying, like, you're saying that when you created this dev environment, it's a new test environment. It's a new test app service, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you won't see that in the app services home, like in the home of app services.
You can under the deployment slot. So if you click on deployment slot, you will see both environments.
Okay. So okay. All right. Yeah, I see that. So, but what about like resources? Are we going to pay extra for this, or like consider it's a separate environment?
No. So it is part of the same plan, but remember that it will be start accumulating your own resources. So it's part of the same plan. You're not paying anything extra for slots.
Adnan, why is showing traffic 0?
Because this is not your production plan. So there can be only one production slot where all your traffic can be diverted, or you can divide your traffic into two. 50% of your traffic you can send it here, the other 50% you can. So by default, all the traffic will be sent only to this at the moment. Okay. So guys, so let's move a little bit more on this. So let's see a website in action. So how do you host a website on this? So first of all, we have a app service, number one. Number two, we have an app service plan. And number three, now we need to deploy a website on this. Now, in order to deploy a website on this, there are few ways we can deploy a website on this. We can go to configuration. We can use, we can basically upload a website to FTP. So let me find here. Properties here. There is scaling out, there is networking, and app service plan right here. So within the app service plan, so here I have two places where I can upload the website. Where is the place for? There is a place for. No, okay, I need to go back to app services. So normally we okay, so before even doing that, let's make one more server here. So guys, most of the time we won't be uploading directly. I mean, there is an option of uploading through a FTP link. So what are we trying to do? Let me first explain that on a whiteboard, and then we will be able to understand this. So here, so first of all, we need to understand. Just a second, guys. I'm just finding my all whiteboards are. So I'm just copying this and bringing it to the end. Okay, so guys, let's see our approach. Our approach is simply this. So we as a user, so I am a cloud admin and here is my manager, and they gave me a task of basically deploying a website. And for deploying a website, we need to deploy it on Microsoft Azure. So this is basically what my task is as an Azure admin. Then what I did, we went to a developer. We sat with the stakeholder, which is developer. We had a meeting and we came up with a plan and we discussed. And so after discussion, we came out with the understanding that we need to get a PaaS solution in Azure. So you would have went to I mean you had what do you call, you can go for IaaS solution or you can go for PaaS solution. So in this case, we want to go with the PaaS solution. So in order to go with the PaaS solution, the very first thing that we need to buy is app service, number one, right? And then attach a app service plan with this. So without app service plan, app service plan, you cannot have a website. Now, can you have an app service without a plan? No, you cannot. Why? Because once you buy a app service, you have to have a plan. Now, how many plans are there? There is F1 plan for free, there is S1 plan, and then there are many plans, and when we have seen those plans. So within the app service is basically will be the place where your website will be hosted. And this is the plan, which is the hardware. So so in short, the website needs to go into a slot. So there are different slots. So there is slot 1, there is slot 2. By default, there is slot 1, and here we will be hosting our website. We will be copying our website. So if in a very simple words, we will be copying a website. So we already have a plan, we already have a app service. Now we need to host a website and see the website in action. Now, in order to copy this website, there are a number of different ways where we can copy the website. In normal environment, we use FTP service. We use FTP service or SFTP service, which is a secure web service. We use this service to copy the website to the app services. So this is a normal way of doing it. But within all of these environment, what happens is that I mean, we can use FTP service, but the most common environment is through Visual Studio. Visual Studio. Now, Visual Studio, how many of you are aware of Visual Studio? Please type that in the chat window if you're aware of Visual Studio. Visual Studio is that huge, big development application from Microsoft. This application is a huge, big application developed from Microsoft, and where people manage these big websites and web apps. Websites and web apps. Okay, so in order to have Visual Studio, you need to have an infrastructure. In order to have a Visual Studio, you have to have an infrastructure for this, meaning you have to have a server. Number one, you need to get a new VM, and in the VM, you need to install Visual Studio. And from the Visual Studio, we will manage the website. So we will manage the website within App Service Plan. So Abdul is saying, can you please deploy this tiny application? Yes, we will try to deploy this tiny application. And then Shakil is saying, is that like a SQL query tool? SQL query tool is a very small tool, whereas Visual Studio is a huge, big, you can say it's a website editor from Microsoft, if I can go. So first of all, before going on to the Visual Studio, I wanted to just make it clear. So now that we have app service plan, we have app, this is service plan, and we have the underlying hardware, which is basically, so sorry, this is app service. And the underlying hardware, meaning that we have 100 ACUs, which is the Azure compute units. And we have, let's say, 3.5 GB of memory. So this is the underlying hardware, and basically this is the plan. So on this hardware, the website will work. And within the website, where the website is going to are the deployment slot. So this is deployment slots. So how do we access the slot? This is slot 1 and this is slot 2 that we created. So this was our dev slot and this is our production slot. So how do we access this? Now the website needs to go here. So what we will do in the lab, we will create a new VM. We will create a new VM, and that VM will already have Visual Studio inside. So there are two ways to get Visual Studio. One way is that we create a VM and we manually install Visual Studio, which is a huge big application, and it will take a huge big time in order to set up Visual Studio. Or what we can do, we can get a free Visual Studio from Marketplace. So Azure has a marketplace where you can have pre-installed Visual Studio. So I'm going to go into marketplace and get a Visual Studio, and then later on we can connect from Visual Studio to the app service plan to deploy our website. Now, what is the main purpose of a Visual Studio? Main purpose of a Visual Studio is for website development. Website is completely developed here, edited here, images added here. So website is all managed from Visual Studio, but it will be sitting within the app service plan. So mainly this is responsibility of our developer. We don't work on Visual Studio, but today we will work a little bit on a Visual Studio just to have a real look, real exposure to the app service, because we do need a website. And then our responsibility is this part. If this developer at any point in time saying, the website is slow. So this is, in order to fix the slow, we need to work with the website developer to fix this. Maybe we might need to upgrade the plan from S1 to another plan, or we might need to scale in or scale out rules so that when there is a more load on the website. So this is our responsibility as Azure admin. So this is Azure admin, our responsibility, and this is website development. Visual Studio is developers' responsibility, but we work together. Okay. So now, if you are able to follow me, because I have to show you few labs here. Let's see if I can. I need to show you the container labs as well. So I will continue with my lab. If you are able to follow me, it's fine. Otherwise, you can follow the lab video. So we have app service plan. So where we are in our Azure, we have app service and app service plan ready. That is empty. There are no websites. So the only thing we can see to verify if our app service is working fine. And how do we verify that? We can verify that by that URL. Remember that URL that we use, which is this URL. Where is that URL? Or I can go into app service plan. And so first of all, let me close the ones that I don't need. So here I'm going to go into app service. First of all, verify if your app service is working fine. Okay, so it's just keep on opening more and more. I think I should close this and open again. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting some technical difficulties on this computer. Just give me 2 minutes here, please. Everyone, I think I have to restart my computer. Can we get a 5 minutes break at the moment? So we'll just take a 5 minutes break, restart my computer. Okay, I'm back. I think I just closed down all of the browsers and started working now. So everyone is here, or people went for a break? If you're here, please type yes in the chat window, everyone, please.
I'm here, Adnan.
Okay, so okay, so guys, what we are doing now is I need to show you a development environment where the development how can we connect a development environment to now app service? How can we make it like a production environment? So first of all, we have app service here, and then we have app service plan. So what we are going to do, everyone, if you can do that on your machine, in the search type Visual Studio. Type visual. As soon as you type Visual Studio, okay, so Visual Studio is right here on this side in the marketplace. It's not part of the normal Azure services. So once you go here in the Visual Studio, here you can create a Visual Studio instance. So this will be so once you create this Visual Studio instance and you delete it, you won't be charged. So here we can find different versions of Visual Studio. So here we have 2017, 15, and all these different type of versions here. So pre-configured, start pre-configured configuration. So you can select any one of them, but here I'm just thinking that which one will be, so because these are all licensed products, and they will give you an evaluation time period as well. So I am going to start with Visual Studio Enterprise 2017 here. And so using this environment, it will be a VM in the background. So let me see if I can go with this. So this is a new option in Visual Studio. This is start with a pre-configuration. I've not seen this option before. So we can create, if I go with create now, what it will do, it will create a new VM and provide Visual Studio inside. But here this option is saying that start with a pre-configured preset configuration. Now preset configuration gives us all of these here. And I'll go with the test and dev. Yes, this one is fine. And I can create continue with create a VM. Okay, so we don't need these two other options. So again, one more time, if you're with me on this screen, I just selected Visual Studio from here, and from Marketplace, I selected Visual Studio, and within Visual Studio, I selected version 2017 on Windows, and I will go into preset configuration, and here I will select continue create a VM. So now it will provide us with the VM. It will definitely ask for the name. I'm going to go with, so it is just creating a VM. It's not part of the app service. And why we are creating this? Because I want you to see how does it look like in the real environment? How does a plan works with a real development environment? So here I'm going to say this is demo. So demo, and this is version 17 space 001. And this will be in Canada Central. I don't need availability zones. So I'll just go with the defaults here. I don't need anything, any extra features on this. And the image will be Windows Visual Studio Enterprise 2017. Here, can I change to others? No, I cannot. So here so if I change this to any other, then Visual Studio won't be there. So here we need Visual Studio Enterprise 2017, and Spot instance we don't need. Here it will give us one vCPU. So just for this, because I know that this is a heavy application. So for this one, I'll go with at least 2 CPUs. So this is 43 per month. So I'll go with 2 vCPUs on this one. And here we can provide username and password. And username and password, we do need port 3389 because we need to connect to this VM. So other than that, we don't need anything extra in networking management. All I need to make sure that this is in the same region as my app service. So my app service in Canada Central, and I should make sure, because this will take some time for creating the Visual Studio application. So if I had to redo it because it's sitting in another region, that will basically take more time. So I just need to make sure that if my app service is in the same region and same resource group. So here I can see app services in IT department and Canada Central, and I need to make sure that this is Canada Central, it is IT department, so that they can work together. So I'm going to create this. So Visual Studio environment is being created. What is the main purpose of a Visual Studio? Main purpose of a Visual Studio is to integrate our website with app service.
So did we check any license type? Sorry, I missed that. So is it Windows Server?
No,
or?
we didn't. So if I go back here, license meaning, the license type. License type, what do we have in the licensed server? We need.
I think it has to be Windows Server, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, yeah, it has to be a server, but this option was not there before, so that's why I skipped it.
Otherwise, it's gonna give us an error at the end. Yeah.
Okay, so and Windows Server, we do need Windows Server license. Okay, let's go. I hope it won't ask for the license, because it should be an evaluation version.
Yeah, no, it won't.
So Ajmal is saying, how do you install Visual Studio? I missed that. Yes, Ajmal, all I did was we can go into search, look for the word visual, and go to the marketplace right here if you're looking at the screen, and create a Visual Studio. If you can all do that, that will be excellent, because this will take some time, and even if you can do that at the end of the lab as well. And from here you can select different versions. So this enterprise version definitely requires a license, but community version doesn't require a license. So I think I installed the enterprise version. I will install another one with a community version in case if the enterprise version is not working for me. Otherwise, there is no difference between the both. Enterprise version will give you all of the features. Community version will give you all of the features as well, but it has maybe some differences for the developers. So Asher is saying this installs on your system or on the VM. Actually, this will be installed on the VM inside Azure. So nothing will be installed on your laptop. Atif is saying it's yeah. So answered that, and Ajmal also answered that. So I'm gonna create one more for community edition, because I am afraid that since I selected an enterprise version, it will ask for a enterprise Visual Studio Enterprise license. So I'm gonna create a community version as well, and go with the same setting. So this is a demo vs community version, and the region is this. I'm gonna go with very simple here. So this is a community version and 2 vCPUs, and I will provide the So both VMs are being installed. Okay, so again, I think I forgot to select the license. So this will be server license, and
So basically what happens is, then if we have a license, it's going to give us discounts on the charges.
Right.
So that's fine. It will work without, if we don't
Right.
have license.
So yeah, so here if you buy their license, they're giving you 49% discount. But to start with, it should be, for the first timers, it should be evaluation as well. Okay. So Visual Studio is being installed. So what can we do in between this? So this will take few minutes. Once the two VMs are ready, then we will connect to the environment and then we will host the website. So in the meantime, we can quickly go through some slides here. We can quickly go through some slides for some additional information. So from the slide, okay, so I'm just bringing the slides up, and I'm keeping my eyes on the deployment as well. So here, okay, so I think the deployment is done. It was, so go to the resources. If I go back to my resources here, if I can group it by the type, so group by the type on this. So I should be able to see I have two app services. I have one extra slot for one of them, and then I have two service plans that I created. So what I'm looking for are the Visual Studio VMs. So these are the two Visual Studio VMs, and the one is the full edition, the other one is a community edition. So I'm going to first go with the enterprise edition. And since it is a VM, I can simply log in using the public IP address. So we can go to RDP. And within RDP, we can go to download RDP file. And from here, I can connect. And at the same time, I will connect to the other VM as well, just to save time. So both VMs we can connect at the same time. So this one connecting to the enterprise version. So next, connect. And here I need to use a different ID and I'll connect to my other VM as well. So this is the one with enterprise. Now the advantage in getting it from the marketplace is that the complete environment is already set up. So you don't need to have a VM and you don't need to get extra Visual Studio. And then, I mean, extra meaning download it from the Visual Studio website, then get a license and all. So I am logging in to my other VM as well. If you get a Visual Studio with one vCPU, it will be a bit slower, but because Visual Studio is a heavy application. So I have both VMs here. So this one is Community Edition, this one is Full Edition, and here you have Visual Studio on this one. So if I double click on this, so first of all, let me see. So why are we having Visual Studio? Because all of the website designing and everything is done within this software. So if this is the first time you're looking at the Visual Studio, don't worry about this. You don't need to learn this, but from here, I mean, just with few clicks, we can publish a website within our app service. So that will look real in the real, and actually that is how it is done in the real environment. So it is still opening. So I'm gonna open Visual Studio on my community edition as well. So on the community edition, double click on Visual Studio. And so it's trying. So on this one, it is open. And here it wants me to sign in. So the very first time when you sign in, it will give you an evaluation time for you to sign in. In my case, since I think I've used it a few times already, I don't know if it will accept the credentials here. I think the enterprise, it won't. So I will still try to sign in. It will be your Azure ID. So okay. So let's see if it can open. And at the same time, I will open Visual Studio on the second VM as well, so that if it fails, I can still have the other server. So okay, I am not logged in. Your extended trial period has expired, license as an online. So this ID on the enterprise server is not working, but for you it will work. For you, it will give you a full view. So here, exit Visual Studio. So on the enterprise server, it won't work, but on this server, I will try to, because community edition gives you an extended period of time. It's like an evaluation version. So it will try to open, and so I just need to see what other options are there for this. Visual Studio. So what I can do is, because I can use 4 CPUs, I'm creating another one with So this one is being created, and so since this server is not working for me, I'm going to close this and I will delete that. Whereas I can see that, so yeah, so the other VM is also being created. I can now try to log into the community edition one. So Ajmal is saying I'm not able to RDP to community visuals, will create another one. Okay. So what is the error message? Why are you not able to? Okay, Atif is saying this is not a trial version. I think we will be charged if log into Microsoft ID. No, the first time when you log into the Visual Studio, they won't charge you because, okay, so Visual Studio, so there are two types of licenses here. Number one is, yeah, so you won't be charged. Number one is the Visual Studio license, and the second one is the Windows license. So Windows is definitely so there is no license on this, and so Windows license you won't be charged. It's an evaluation. Whereas for Visual Studio Enterprise, for enterprise version, you do need a license. And as you can see, I'm logged in with community edition. So everyone in the lab, when you do select a community Visual Studio. So for community Visual Studio, it is open now. This is how the environment looks like. And here we can make a website. So let's recap what we have covered, and so that it will be easier for us to understand. So so in Visual Studio, in Azure, we created an app service plan, number one. And number two, we created app service, then we have app service plan. And now we are in Visual Studio to upload our website. Ajmal is saying that I had license issue. License issue on which stage, Ajmal? Is it on creating the VM? Okay, it is fixed now. Wow, guys, you guys are amazing. I mean, fixing errors on your own, that is excellent. So Atif, you're saying it will use Azure credits, so it won't get it. Okay, so so everyone, please keep looking at the screen. So we have Visual Studio here. Now within Visual Studio, the very first thing, what can I do in Visual Studio? I can create a website, I can open a website. So in order to connect our website, let's say we have a small website, I can create one small website project. So here I can create a website. So all you need to do, go to create a new website. And once you create a new website here, or you could have gone from here as well, asp.app service web application, asp.web application. So here it will give us some options that you want a website from a template, or do you need to create a brand new website. So here I can create a empty website. Here I can create an empty website form, or I can create all these different options here. I'll go with this website, and remember that we are not doing this, developers are doing this. So here I can select a website and create. So what it does, it will create the website environment, it will create all the necessary files, and it will make it part of the website. And this is just to mimic the real environment that you already have a website and you need to connect it, or you need to publish it to your app service plan. So it is creating that website now. So once the website is ready, so here is our, is this a website? Yes. So this is a website, and let's look at this website. If I go to build a website, so basically these are all of the options that developers would follow and see how's the website. So if I just need to see the website, maybe I can view the website from here. What is in this website? How would it look like on the web page? So this is web server is currently not configured on this. So web server is not currently configured. So basically it is giving out some error message on this. But the main thing here that we need to understand, so I'm not going into the, we can definitely fix the error message, but this is not the focus for us at the moment. What we need to see, how do we publish this, and at least we will be able to see the web page on this. So what we can do from here, I can right click on the website, and here I can right click on the website and publish this web app. So our start as a Azure admin, Azure architect starts from publishing a web app. Before that, it is all web developers' responsibility. So when we publish a web app, publish meaning you want to publish it somewhere. You can publish it on GoDaddy, on NetFirms, or other website providers, other domain providers, or we can publish it in Microsoft Azure App Service. But once you publish into Microsoft Azure App Service, here it will look for your Azure account. And so we were logged into our Azure account, and here we can select a resource group. So you want to go with the resource group, or do you want to go with the resource type? You can select a resource type as well. So resource type, it gives you the both app services that we created in Azure, or if I can go with a resource group. So guys, this is actually what I wanted to show you, that as a Azure admin, this is your responsibility. So once we are here in the resource, I can go by both of them. I can go by resource group. If you go by resource group, it will show you the resources. And if you go by resource group, it is also showing you which slot you need to go for. If I select the first one, this is the production slot, and this is test dev slot. Now, whatever goes from here will be published directly on the website. So here I can go to, let's say, production dev test slot and click OK. So from here, it is providing us the server name, the same thing, the environment, the website name is this, and the password and everything, all of the connections, just to validate. So this is automatically filled up. I need to validate the connection between this Visual Studio and our Azure environment.
And then where's the production slot?
Production slot is the first one. So when you select a resource group, so I think I can go to the previous screen and I can go here. And once you select once you select a resource group, then you can expand IT department. This is your resource group, and here it is showing 2 slots. This is 1 slot, this is 2nd slot. So this is your production slot.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and here I'll just redo this and publish. So we can validate or not validate it. It's up to us since we are logged in. So what I can do, I can just straightforward publish this website. So it's going there and it is publishing. So the website, it is connected to the website and it is published. Since there is nothing major on this, I think, and so it has connected to the website. Now on the Azure side, we won't be able to see any files there. We won't be able to see any websites there. The website part is all here within this development environment. So it's saying the web app was published successfully on this website. So in order to check that out, this is the URL that is provided. So we can go into this, and this is a public URL as well. So which means that publicly we can access, should be able to access this website right from here. And this is, yes.
Sir, just a thought. Once the developer developed and published the website,
right,
for us, then we publish to on the portal wherever it needs to go. Don't we do the testing, anything? We don't need to get into all this business. We just developers send it to us and we'll take it. That's it.
Yes, it's a very good question. That what is the boundary of responsibility? What is the boundary of responsibility? In this case, remember that. So remember that we started with management wanted us to have to publish a website. Then we came up with a decision that we will go with the PaaS services. For that, based on that decision, we got the app services and app services plan. Now, sitting with the developer just once, this will be our responsibility to give them the credentials and give them this setting. And after this, it is all developers' responsibility. Later, we won't be sitting with them. They will be making changes in the website. They will be keep on publishing their website. So that is the boundary for us. So once we provide them the credentials, once we provide them the app service plan and their development slot, that is it. And after that, for the next whole year, or maybe for the rest of their website development project, they will work with the app service plan on their own. Our work is done. And next time, if there is some upgrade needs to be done, then we will be involved and we will be working on that. So for example, if they did wrong testing and they uploaded a wrong website, that is not our responsibility. This is basically on them, and all of the settings are within the program. You don't have to do anything after this. Okay.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. So guys, here, this is known as app service plan. And if I go into the deployment slots here, and so within the deployment slots, I can see both of the slots, and in both of the slots, I can upload. So here I should be able to see some activity. If I go down, yes. So this is where I data out and data in. So this is where I did some activity within this development plan. So basically whatever now they will be doing there, it will be part of this. So here we have used the deployment slots. They can also use a deployment center as well. And this is actually a new option here. So App Server Deployment Center enables you to choose the location of your code as well as option to build and deploy the code. So yes. So now these are different places where they can host their website as well. So GitHub is a location. GitHub, if we go into a GitHub location, GitHub is a location where nowadays, so GitHub, if I go to this website here, this is a public location. GitHub is a public location where people upload their code. So for example, I was working with Ansible test, so I can get so this is simply a repository. It is simply a disk where we can store our code and use it. So this is a public location. So let's say your company is using a GitHub location and they are using it for their test and dev environment. So they can connect it to your Azure environment as well. So here they can connect to GitHub. they can connect to Bitbucket, they can connect to Azure repositories, they can connect to local Gits. So these are all those locations where they can have their websites developed and then move into Azure. Then we have here, we have backups, we have custom domains, and we have the scaling out plan as well. So scale up plan, let's look at the scale up plan. So scale up plan is simply that we can manually scale up. So it's not an automatic scale up plan. I think in this S1, there will be up to 10 instances subject to availability. So that is the based on the plan. But in isolated, I think in production, if we go with a better plan, there will be auto scaling. So yes, so there is auto scaling in this plan, but in this plan there is auto scaling on this one as well. And we can go with so the plan is right here. I think it is. So this is scaling up, and for scaling out, we can make this. Yes, we can select an auto scale, just like we can auto scale VMs based on the metric value, based on the minimum use of CPUs and how much we can use them. So guys, how many of you were able to install Visual Studio and connect the website? Maybe you can type that in the chat window. So in the meantime, so Ajmal is saying done, Atif is saying done, Visual Studio, Shakil is saying not done at the moment. Guys, so since we make these groups, can you take the, I think we should make the groups now, and the WhatsApp group, and set up a time between among you within maybe once a week or twice a week, depending on your interest. I would say that start revising all this, what we have covered so far. We have covered at least 50 and 60% of Azure. There is 3 more chapters to go for. There is security, there is monitoring, and then there is databases as well. But main information, the main practical side, yes, there are some practical side of databases, but those are supporting services. But main things are these 4 domains. So compute domain, storage domain, networking domain, and app services domain. The main idea behind this grouping and conversation is that everyone should participate and everyone should be able to teach everyone else. If not teach, maybe discussion or help with the labs.
What about the Active Directory? It was showing some questions on Active Directory.
Yes, that's what I said. So the 3 chapters that we have is complete security that includes Active Directory. So I'll give you all of the scenarios. We still have to go through Active Directory, monitoring, and databases. Other than that, what we have covered, this is a lot of information that you guys need to review. Okay. So before leaving for today, guys, so Atif, Ajmal, and Shakil, would it be okay for you guys to create a small WhatsApp group with the guys assigned to the team?
I need the telephone numbers for our group people.
Okay. So please share your contact numbers, everyone here.
I will send.
You can take it in the WhatsApp, right? I see. I don't see Shakil in WhatsApp, but I see Majidin is there. And this is Said here, so I'm talking about my group.
Also, Adnan bhai, this is Amin. We'll have the class tomorrow morning as well. Those who are willing to join, we can review the labs and exam questions.
Yes, guys, please take some time out to join at 9 a.m. class. And so what I would suggest for the lab, start from the first lab, from the VMs all, and then storage, and then networking, and then app services.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
Okay.
I feel the app services is the most difficult part.
I can't hear you. Shakil, can you speak a bit louder?
I feel the app services is the most difficult one. It's a little bit more
No,
theory.
no, it's not. Come on, Shakil. It's not the difficult one. It's so easy. There are only three components there. So app services, and then
Okay.
app service plan, and then the website. And if it would have been a mobile site, it is again from the Visual Studio. That's it.
Yeah,
So,
this is what you're saying is correct, but there was so much theory in before that, so much.
you know, there are all these components. So all those components are not used every day, but you still need to know for interview purposes, right?
Okay, okay.
And to make them easy, we have a building block. So you don't have to go through a huge, big. I mean, the books. If you're able to explain what is on the building block, that will be excellent.
Okay.
Okay. So guys, we have not. I'm not sure. So Atif, Riaz, and Asher and Human. Please share your contact with each other. Make a make a group. And Ajmal, Maria, Abdul, and Awais. I would request all of you to make a group and share your numbers here. I would say this is a good opportunity to at least reconvene on a telephone line and call each other in a group and then explain the concepts, or maybe you can help each other with the labs as well. Okay, and next week, okay, sorry, I missed. So what I missed here. So we have last 15 minutes. We also need to prepare for the exams, everyone.
I don't see Said's number.
You
Oh
don't
yeah.
see Said's number? Okay, so my question for
Mine is
Abdul.
ending with 2445. Ending with 2445.
2445 what?
Oh yeah, that's T.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, that's it.
That's Said, right?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
So my question for Maria, Abdul, and Awais, you can reply that in the chat window. Are you guys interested in this group conversation? I would say this will benefit you for sure, 100%. Okay, and Awais said yes, and Abdul, Maria said yes, and Abdul said yes. Excellent. So Ajmal, can you write down these numbers and make a group for yourself? Majbin is saying I'm able to connect to website from my PC. Excellent. So you were able to publish Majbin as well from Visual Studio as well, right? So excellent. And then Shakil, Majbin, and Sayed, can you share your contacts with each other so that you can create a WhatsApp group, guys? We have, so right after Azure, we have AWS. There are more components. So the more we work as a team, the better it will be for all of us. So guys, in the last 7 minutes, in the last 7 minutes, no, 13 minutes. In the last 13 minutes, you can keep on sharing your information. I wanted to give you a quick introduction of container and give you a quick lab of a container. Show you a quick lab of a container. Guys, the difference between a container and a VM, there is not much difference between a container and a VM. And in order to work with a container, if you're looking at the screen, everyone, I am in Visual Studio. I'm in Azure portal. I'm about to create a container. So container is basically is this service. So container is basically this service, and since you will see that it will be really easy to use this service. So all I need to do is to find a container, and if anyone can do it with me, so we are creating a container instance. So container instance is basically gives us again exactly the same thing as app service. Container instance gives us exactly the same thing as app service. We don't worry about the VMs in the background. So we work with the serverless computing here. So all we need to do, go into the container instance and we create a new container. And again, this container will be hosting a website. So this container, now a container can host a small application, large application. It can host a website as well. So I'll go into resource group, and within the resource group, I need to give software resource group. So demo container 00123. So I'm just using these numbers so that the name should be unique. And here I am, so here we have three options, quick start image. We have Azure Container Registry. We have Docker's Hub. I will explain this to you in more detail in another lecture. But here I just wanted to give you a very quick introduction to our container. So container, we name a container. We selected a region, and here I'm going to go with a quick start image. Think of a container as a web app, so as a app service. So app service, we host website, but in container, in addition to the websites, we can also host other applications as well. Maybe we can host a small paintbrush application. Maybe we can host a small a game, very small accounting application. So container will give us that the container will give us that environment in which we can focus on our application and not the hardware. So container and app service are same. App services are especially for websites and mobile apps, whereas container is for everything else. So in a container, I can host an application and then not worry about the hardware, but I can only focus on my business. So in the container, I select a container name. I will say a quick start image. So what I did, if you want to do this with me in the last 10 minutes, everyone, just go to search and look for container instance. When you look for container instance, there will be two things there, container instance and container registry. So how many things were there in app services? Two things. There is app services, and the second one was app plan, remember? And the app plan was the hosting space where you, app services is the hosting space, whereas plan was for just for the cost. So guys, in containers, there are two things as well. In containers, there is something called container instance, and the other one is container registry. Container registry will hold the application. So there it will be holding the application, whereas instance is the front end where we connect to the application. So in app services, there are two things, app service and app service plan. In container, it is exactly the two things, container instance and container registry. Container registry is equal to app service, whereas instance is equal to app service plan. So we just created a container instance. Once you create a container instance, here you just need to go through a few basic things, container name, and then resource group, container name, quick start image. And here you would need to select that what type of application is it you are working with. Is it a Linux-based application? Is it Windows-based application? Or is it whatever type of application? For now, we are just going with the test application. So the test application is Hello World application. And the backend services, it will be, so this container is backed by 1 vCPU and 1.5 GB of RAM memory, and that is it. So the hardware is this, and all you need to do, just create the container. So why am I taking this last 10 minutes and giving you the introduction? Because we just finished understanding app service, and container is not different from app service. It is, I'm not saying exactly the same thing, but it is almost the same concept. The only difference is that in app services, we can host websites, and in containers, we can host applications. So it will take few more minutes here, and it will create a container. I will make videos on app services and also the containers. So before the next lecture, I will share with you the video so that you can complete the labs.
I have a question, Adnan bhai. So
Yes, please go ahead.
what is the scenario where would I use container instead of a VM? Why
Right.
would I want to do a container instead of a VM?
Good question. A very good question. So when can we, so how can we distinguish between which application can go in a container or in a VM? So let's say, so very simple example is that if it is a small company, basically they do everything. So they can get a server, they can have an application, they can upgrade the server as well. But in a busy companies like CRM companies, they would prefer going into containers because they have CRM applications or serious application where they do serious developments and they don't need to worry about the hardware. So the infrastructure part, they want to leave it on the side. So in that case, the companies are more interested in going into containers.
But on a VM as well, I'm not worrying about hardware. Am
Yes,
I?
I understand, but one VM you don't worry about, but for large application, it's a large infrastructure. Remember, you have 10 different VMs, then their operating system, then their antiviruses, then not only that, a complete development environment, Visual Studio, databases, and all that. So container basically gives you all that, takes care of all the background, and you don't need to worry about the infrastructure part.
Okay.
Okay, and there can be another question that how many companies are using containers at the moment, guys? You might have heard the word Dockers and GitHub, and all of the companies, all of the development companies are into Dockers containers. So all of these bigger joints, this is a huge, big $billion companies, and they're all using containers for their business side. And Microsoft has also so Microsoft provides this container service as part of for those applications that are already in other containers, they can bring their applications within Azure and containers. So just a quick demo in the last 4 minutes here. So I can go to the container. Remember that I created that container. So what did I do? I went to the resource search. I selected a container instance, not a container registry. Container registry is to host that. Once your application is ready, then we bring the application into registry, and then the container will be the front end. So container is the website, whereas this is where the application is sitting. So since we are not using registry at the moment, it's not a huge big application, we're not using a registry. So I don't want to make it complex, but I just want to relate it to our today's understanding of app services. In app services, in the building block, there are many things, but you need to focus, your focus starts from app service and app service plan, right? And then all of the others are supporting services, monitoring, backup, then there are notification, and then Azure Search and all that are supporting services. Even in containers, there is container instance and container registry. So for now, we created a container instance. The container instance is ready right here. How do you make sure it is working? So we can stop a container, restart a container. All you need to do is to copy this public IP address. So this has a demo application. This container has a demo application in this because we selected a quick start. I can copy this here within Internet Explorer, the public IP address, and enter. So this is the website. Welcome to Azure Container Instance. So you're already in container. Your application is already in here. So this is a very, very simple demonstration of our container. You just create a container and then the image is already inside. If I go into this container within the properties here, so this is the application it is running. So I will make a video and share it with you guys where I can show you an other application, custom application, then how do you use it with the registry and all that. Atif is saying Kubernetes always as well. Yes, Kubernetes is basically, it's the pioneer in containers. So Kubernetes, which is Google based, so they are basically, this is why this GCP, the Google Cloud Platform, is getting famous, more and more famous, because all business applications are going towards GCP for Kubernetes, which is containers. And this container that we are looking at the screen, Microsoft Containers, is basically a competitor of Kubernetes, but it can connect to Kubernetes as well and connect to Dockers. Okay.
Adnan?
Yes.
So is it good to learn about Kubernetes and container because it's going to come up in AWS and GCP?
Yeah, in GCP we will touch Kubernetes as well. So in GCP you will learn about the containers, and we will go into a lot more details. Here in Azure, this is I just wanted to give you an introduction to.
Right. No, the question was, a free time, like you say, how you need to learn about some networking. Do we need to learn about a container and Kubernetes separately, like 50% of it?
So the first thing that I see for everyone here in this group, that how can we get a decent job in cloud? So in order to get a decent job in cloud, you are covering all the 3 cloud platforms. Number one, yes, Ajmal, you can go. So guys, we're done with the session. If you have questions, I'm here. So in order to get a decent job, so we are covering all the 3 clouds, and then you also will have some servers. That what I say, MCSA. If you have an MCSA background, then you can start with this. But once you are in the cloud as cloud admin, then sky is the limit. You can learn containers, you can go into more networking, you can go into DevOps. So a lot of things are there. But for immediately get a job, you don't need to learn Kubernetes. Containers and Kubernetes is a completely different, is a bigger domain for developers.
Thank you. And I think earlier, Shakil suggested that if you please send a separate lab videos, that would be very helpful.
I will just give me some time. Within 2 or 3 days, I will share with you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone, and have yourself an excellent week ahead, and we will see you in the next class.
Adnan, I think, even this recording which we have for the lecture today, and this also, you can just strip it, right? Those labs.
The labs that I shared, yes, I can take out the lab, but there were a lot of discussion. I will try to make a clean, very step-by-step to the point lab.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Actually, I tried to listen to the entire lecture, but 3 hours. So I thought, like, if you get the labs, just do it lab fast.
For sure. I completely agree. Listening to 3 hours lab is not realistic, but you can fast forward as well. In 1.5, you can just go through main concepts.
Yeah. Okay.
So guys, I would request that everyone meet once a week over the phone as well, other than tomorrow's lab. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and have a excellent week ahead.